Yo, what's going on, everybody? My name is Bernard Fields, and I am your multimedia designer and host for tonight for the DVA Hangout. Yes, this is episode number 11. It's been a long time since we've done something like this, in which we go over all type of things, so many topics, so many tutorials, so much insight that we just pour into one another. But tonight is something special. We're going to be discussing an issue. And it seems to be resounding throughout maybe the world, but I know for sure, I know without a doubt, that this is something that is going on here in the United States. And that is that we have this problem and this issue with designers not feeling that they're being appreciated by the clients. The clients that they work for, I'm hearing they feel that they're being taken advantage of. That the amount of work they put into a client's project is not being reciprocated by a good pay. I'm hearing that people are doing work, lots of work, spending lots of hours on a project and getting paid almost next to nothing. Now, we're going to be not complaining tonight. No, we're not going to be doing any of that. We're going to simply just be talking about solutions on how we can educate our clients in the process of dealing with us, the designer, the ones who are offering a service. How do you treat us with respect? And how do we lay that ground rule out so that it doesn't come across as being weird in so many other words? So I'm just going to be sending out messages here and there. So just bear with me, guys. I have some other people that are going to be joining us here shortly that are in the DVA. And also, speaking of the DVA is the DVA is a private group that's on Facebook that allows people such as myself and many other designers, different levels, different degrees of designing, to be able to just join in a community where we're able to build into one another, we're able to laugh, we're able to critique one another, we're able just to really just pour into one another and do it in a healthy way. So some of those people are going to be joining us later tonight. But we're not going to waste any time. We're going to jump right in this. And if I have to backpedal because some people are coming in a little late, just bear with me. That's okay. I may just do a little backpedaling and just try to, get them up to speed as much as possible. But because this is being recorded, you do have the ability to be able to fast forward, rewind, pause, and all of the good things that you can do while things are being recorded live. Also, let me go ahead and throw this out that I'm doing the best that I can to be able to have this happen every Wednesday night. And this happens at 8 o'clock on Wednesday nights, in which it goes on for sometimes 2 hours, sometimes a little longer than that. And I know that you're probably thinking, man, that's a long time. But that's okay because we cover a heck of a lot. I mean, our normal format is that we spend the first half an hour and we highlight one of our members that are in the DVA. And we ask them all type of questions. I mean, how long they've been doing the work, what's their background, what's their passion, what's their favorite cartoon. It doesn't matter. We just have a really good time talking with them for a half an hour. And then we have another half an hour where we have another member, if not the same one. They'll do a tutorial and we get down into the nitty-gritty things of Photoshop, Illustrator, sometimes After Effects, and sometimes even Premiere Pro. Those are like the main four. We haven't had anyone do any Flash yet, but we had Fatima. She had dropped some knowledge on us on coding when it comes to HTML5. So that was really, really, really good and really helpful. Also, John Clement, he also gave us some insight when it comes to Illustrator and how to use some of the tools there. So then we go into this whole other thing, which is like our topic. and we spent a half an hour just talking about something that is pertaining to designers, such as yourself and mine, uh, in our world, things that maybe deal with pay or deal with um, anything, just anything that we just feel is that we held a deep passion. We talked about that for a half an hour, and then the final half an hour we just talk about like open discussion. You know what I'm saying? And then past 10 o'clock, we used to call it DVA, after dark. So I mean, you can only imagine what we talked about then. But anyways, let's go ahead and dive into what we're talking about today. So tonight, we're going to talk about how do we educate our clients um, on the process of dealing with us, the etiquette between the person who is the consumer and also the one who's offering a service. And my friend Joshua Pomeroy, shouts out to him. And also, let me go ahead and say this too. I see that there's 4 people that are watching. That's cool. If you want to jump in on a conversation, I advise that you go ahead and do that. Like, you can back out of this and then you can click on the event page, and there's a blue button. You click that blue button and then it sends you into the conversation. So you're not just a viewer. If you click the play button that's in the middle of the screen, and that's probably like the first thing you want to do, don't do that. If you're wondering, how do I get in a conversation? Because I want to hear back from you guys. I don't feel like just doing all the talking. Okay. So just bear with me just for all right. So um, let's see here. When it comes to dealing with clients, this is something that I'll speak from experience for myself. One thing that I normally do is, or I say what I used to do. When it came to designing, let's say, for example, a logo, I would offer the service. People would say, hey, you design logos? And I would be like, yeah, I design logos. And that would be the gist of the conversation. It would be like, well, this is what I want. And we would just kind of like, just talk through the design, not even the process, just kind of just talking about what it is that they want. I didn't talk about the process or any of that. And it was like, okay, well, it's going to cost maybe $200, maybe $300. And that was it, and while designing, it would almost be like I regretted it. It would be like hell on earth at times, because the client would be like, well, I don't like this design and I don't like that. And I would be sent to the drawing board like 5 times, 10 times, because I was just trying to please them at all costs. And I would spend countless amount of hours. And before I knew it, that $300 or that $200, it was almost like it wasn't even worth it. It would stretch out from over a period of sometimes 3 weeks, will go by. I would send them drafts and I would hear nothing back. It would be like 3 days would go by, maybe a week would go by. And I don't know if they were trying to dodge me per se, because at that time I would receive a little bit of money up front, and I would be like, yo, I need the rest of that money. That's the way I would think to myself. And I would be like, sending an email or send a phone call, and then they would get back and they'd be like, oh yeah, I like this, but can you go ahead and make this change and that change? And by the time I got down to the end, when I was done, I kind of felt like it wasn't even worth it. I stressed myself way out trying to please this client. And I think the problem, besides that the pay was low for me, was that I was wet behind the ears, and I didn't take the time to explain what it All right. Sorry about that. Yeah, man. Technical difficulties, bro. I tell you what, they just pop up right when you don't need them.
Right? Yeah. As always.
Yeah. So let me
A
go
little
ahead
awkward.
and get myself set up here. There we go. I guess that's cool for now. Nice. All right. Back.
Awesome.
Cool. So, as I was saying, like earlier, I think I got cut off right around the mark when I was talking about the process in which I start to sell myself as a designer. Like it's one thing to sell what you do, and then it's another thing to sell yourself as the designer. I think that's just as important as your portfolio, because believe it or not, I think that when you have um, a person who knows how to really talk the gift the gab and they know how to really sell themselves, their portfolio can be like pathetic. But because they know what it is to tap into the psyche of a person, they're able to get that person to say, yes, this is who I want to go with because I feel secure, I feel safe with this individual. So that's one thing that I do when I talk to my client or my potential client, is that along with being listening very closely to what they're describing to me and engaging and asking these very important questions, when I start to talk about the process, the design process, saying I start off with, the first phase of the sketches, and then, you're going to have 5 to pick from, and keeping it low like that saves you a lot of heartache. And then telling them out of that 5, pick 2, pick 2 that you would like to see me work completely out. And then we'll tweak those. That's like the second phase. And then once you look at that and we start to tweak them a little bit, then you just pick the one that stands out the most. And that's the one that we're really going to go ahead and put the finishing touches on. And then I go from there to talk about the different formats. Now, I'm not explaining to them how easy it is, because for some of us, it could be extremely easy, but they don't need to know that. All I need to know is like volume, like the amount of work that you're putting in as far as the different phases. So it's like you get your design phase, and you have your phase 2 of the design, then you have the tweaking part, and then you have the different files. You can say, well, I'm gonna save this to you as a JPEG. You're gonna have this as a PNG. You're gonna have a workable file. So that way you have complete control and access over your your work, and you don't necessarily have to keep calling me up and asking this question, can you format it for this or format it for that? So that helps save you money in the future. And
Right.
and I think when you tell them that you get all of this, that's when you can say, well, it's going to cost you at least $900. And then also, let me go and back up. Also, what I like to do is I tell them, like, hey, like, some people who may design, they may not go as far as trying to find out if it's copyright, protected, or if you're going to be protected. I like to do that also. So that protects yourself, and it also protects me, because neither one of us like to, to get sued, right? And they normally say, yeah, I don't want to get sued for this. I didn't think about that. So it's like when you give them all those perks and you tell them all of those steps, when you throw that price out and you say like it's going to be for $900, they'll be like, yeah. A majority of the time, they're gonna walk away. Even if they say no, this is too much, they're gonna at least have the mindset that I just got finished dealing with a professional. So you educated them without talking down on them and say, well, hey, do you know about this process, or do you know about that process? It's all kind of like blended in your presentation. So like that, I don't know, Josh, what's your feedback on that? Like, what's your approach?
I think everything that you just said was right where I think we need to be more often. I know that's what I've been trying to do more of, and really just kind of packing in value by talking about my approach, by talking about what they can expect, and sort of managing the expectations. So like, round 1, here's what you can expect. This is going to be like, all the iterations. Now this is going to be whittling down the next step and getting feedback from you. So as far as like a time frame, having those expectations. I just talked with a client today, actually, and that was part of it. Like, we have a deadline of about 2.5 weeks for kind of a initial logo to be presented. And then it's got, they got to take it to a board meeting and all kinds of stuff, which who knows what could happen from there. But she left happy and excited, that like, okay, I'm going to get contacted. I'm going to get, I'm going to get to see the rough stuff. I'm going to get to see like, and that's actually been helping me a lot, just saving me a lot of time, because there's some people that they really want to see kind of that final product and have that wow, and then they say, no, that's not what I want. And so I've just wasted a whole bunch of time, whereas if I could have just kind of coached them a little bit better and kind of, so here's what you're going to anticipate. It's not going to look finished. So kind of grooming them already to help them, even help them out the way that they see sort of the next piece. And like, you're going to get 5 drawings. These will be rough. These will be, et cetera. Now I want you to pick out from those 2, or pick one thing from each of these drawings that you like, and kind of combine those things. And so a lot of that, what I'm hearing you say is really a lot of communication and almost like coaching, like saying, here's the next thing, and here's what I'm going to expect from you, so that we can get to the phase 3 or whatever, and kind of anticipating those things that maybe they're expecting from me, but then also very, very clearly communicating, in order to get to these steps, it's going to be up to the feedback that I get back from you, so that we can, weed out the bad ideas, stick with the things that are really, in your vision, in your, business model, whatever, to make sure that we come up with an identity, or whatever the product happens to be, whatever the design job happens to be. And I think that one, like today, I think that this particular lady felt valued. It felt like I was hearing her, hearing what she had to say, and then all of that is like funneled into the design process. Like, oh, they said they like these colors. Oh, they said this about some vision, or about like why they even exist. And pulling all of those in, I think is like way more valuable than just presenting a pretty graphic. And when you're able to walk through and explain, because of the word that's kind of been rolling around in my head lately is ethos, which is just kind of, the ideology, all the thinking behind something. And so when you're able to kind of present this ethos, which is like a lot of times is in these design guides or branding guides, and you can really lay out like, here's the purpose of this font, here's why this was chosen, these are the things that you can use, here's how you don't use it. I think really does just pack in that value, so that you can throw out a number like $900, $1,000, and it makes sense, because it's not like some dude in their basement, living in their mom's house, making graphics on his computer in his spare time. This is like legit professional, expectations back and forth. So
yeah,
that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, totally. And then I think also another key thing that really seals the deal is when you have a contract. When you're able to tell them and explain all this verbally, and then be able to give this to them like as a quote. Because let's say, for example, that you're just having the first initial meeting, and you're kind of like going through the introduction, and you explain it to them, the phases and what it's going to take. You're already prepping them and educating them as to what all goes in it. Because trust me, like a lot of people, they just have no idea. They just kind of think that a logo just appears, and that it's easy and it's simple. And they question, and they do ask, like, well, why does it cost so much? Well, it's like, you eliminate that. You eliminate all of that. And then if it does come back up, like at the end, when you ask them, and you tell them the price, like, oh, yeah, that's going to be $900 just for this typography logo. It's like, well, why does it cost that much? Well, it's like, it's easy. I mean, you can either go out and you can get a logo that somebody else is, that's going to have. It's going to be very close. You're going to get maybe a generic font, and that's going to cost you maybe $300. If that's what you're looking for, then that's what you're going to get. But I sense that you want something that's going to be along what you saw in my portfolio. It's like, you don't want to just completely blow them off. You just want to kind of give them the comparison that, hey, like you're dealing with a professional person here. And I think a lot of that has to deal with us as designers having to be comfortable with almost kind of like boasting within yourself, not bragging and arrogantly and looking down on other people, but it's like you have to sell yourself as the product. Like when people say like what type of phone you have, if you're proud of your phone, you're like, yeah, I got an Apple phone, or I have an Android phone. It's like you belong to this, this private selected few. And I think that's how you got to view yourself as a designer, that it's like, I am amongst the elite, and I believe in myself to where I have no problem, how to say, the opposite of putting where your, money where your mouth is, like, put your mouth where the money is, if the money is up here and it's $2,000, talk like you are worth $2,000. Don't talk, you can't be, I ain't gonna say an introvert, but it's like you have to have them chops. Like you just have to know how to talk. Like get used to talking to people and get used to sounding sure of yourself, because they sense that. It's like if you're unsure, it's like blood in the ocean. Like all the sharks are gonna come smell it and they're gonna eat you alive. And next thing you know, you're gonna be like, how did I get myself in this position again of doing this work for $60? Like, and I know that I'm worth more than that. It's like, yes, you are worth more, but you didn't treat yourself and you didn't go in, with your head up and your chest out and knowing what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard a great quote, and it just like stuck with me. I think it was from a movie that's coming out. It was in the previews, and it was just really quick. How those previews are. It's just cut, jump cuts.
Yeah.
But it was about something like this, that we like allow people to love us the amount that we think we deserve to be loved, and whatever it was that happening in the movie, that these characters they're talking about, like why are we always hanging around losers, kind of deal, and it was just kind of sticking with me. It's like, man, it really translates into our world as designers, as Mr. Juan Roberts, just a shout out to him, because he really said some great stuff on the Facebook group. I don't know if anybody else saw some of his comments on the video, but it really kind of cut me to the quick, and just good timing, and just he's elegantly direct, and I really, we got some valuable people in the group. I'm so appreciative of it, as yourself, Bernard, and just have really enriched a lot of these kind of conversations with the experience that they bring, and that's kind of how he approached it. His response was just, hey, this is not a feelings game. This is about putting a value on putting a dollar value on what you're wanting to earn. And if you think that you're only worth these $60 flyer jobs or whatever, then that's the way that people will approach you as well. And I've definitely seen this, especially with like the friends of the friend or whoever, or the organization or ministry or charity that needs something done, and they always find my name, and like I'm just like, what is going on? Like I'm like, I don't know. I don't want to own that domain. It's like I don't have a monopoly in this $60 area. But I have seen this kind of trend, and it's not like I've got everything figured out now. It's this conversation I think is just valuable to everybody. That it is, like you said, it's about this chops, being able to speak, being able to, like, there's just tons of talent, on just in our DVA group. I mean, there's just tremendous talent, and one of the things that I feel like I have had to learn over time is not so much the techniques or the skills, but it's being able to kind of put the talk with the walk. It's like I've been walking the walk. I can do this all day long, but I can't promote myself the way that I know that I'm worth, and I can't seem to figure out some of those. It's like there's two dots, and it's just kind of connecting that line. And I'm hoping that these kind of conversations will help do that for more people. Because just kind of bringing it up, I know I didn't start this conversation. I think there's been a lot of people that have been right where we've been before, and still are. Many times it's like, like I posted that thing on my my PayPal account, and it's just like, man, sometimes it's like the end of the month, and that's where like the rubber meets the road, and it's like now I see how all this work is not paying off because it's doing all these all these side jobs that I'm I want to be a nice guy, and instead of really backing up what I know I'm worth by what I say, and what I believe it's worth, and I think a big thing is learning to say no, even when it's like I've got zero in my PayPal, but I'm what I mean, like just kind of like not doing it out of just that urgency place, and even if you do, you still gotta you still gotta sell what value you're putting into it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know, what are some of your thoughts on that? Because I know that there are people that are like, well, if it's just like I slap it together, it takes me like 15 minutes, who cares? It costs me, maybe it's $99, and there it goes, and I could do like 10 of those a day. It's pretty good money.
Right. Well, I mean, it's like what you said would be nice if it was like 10 a day. I mean, like if you could, if you could like work 2.5 hours every day and get paid like $1,000,
mm-hmm.
I would do that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, okay, what's the reality of getting 8 of those small jobs at $99 a piece every single day?
Yeah, that's not happening.
Yeah, it's not.
Not for me.
yeah, at least not for me, But I think that when you find a sweet spot that works for yourself, because again, it's like when you price yourself really high, those are for people who have the mindset and the lifestyle that you just want to hit hard one time and then be able to rest in between.
Mm-hmm.
Versus the person who hits soft, but they're just repetitive. It's consistent. Some people like to stay within that world. I think the sweet spot is in somewhere in between, where it's like you're not hitting so heavy, so hard once, and you're not hitting so light, but so often, because both can be very stressful. I mean, it's like if you're not hitting as often, but you're hitting hard, then you're kind of like sitting back waiting. And you're going through a ton of no's. You're going through people who's like, I can't afford you, or you may just hit some dry spells because your name goes out amongst a certain group of people where it's like, hey, that guy, he's pricey, but he has a great work. I think you should go for him. And then it's like, yeah, that's when it'll come up again. And then the flip side is like, yeah, that person has great work and quick turnaround time, and he's like, the go-to guy, and he's very, very, very inexpensive. But I hate saying cheap, but he's very, very, very inexpensive. Like that's stressful because you can have way too much work. Like your workload could be like overkill. But I think that the key is to try to find somewhere in between.
Yeah.
And really, whatever works for you. I mean, and a lot of it depends on your demographic, as far as like your mentality, your approach. Like some people are worldwide when it comes to demographic. Like they advertise on the web, they promote constantly to where it's like they have a following of people, and just the slightest post, will get them like 5 people knocking on their door within a week saying, hey, like I need a flyer, or I need package design done, and that's good. In which I guess that my other 2 points would be is that you have to promote yourself. I mentioned it in DVA. I think it was in DVA, or maybe it was a private message with another designer. I said, I had to learn to stop holding on to my work. I would design something and then it would just sit there after I got it done with the client and stuff. It would just kind of sit there, and I wouldn't promote. You know,
Hmm.
because I kind of like I hate to quote unquote brag or boast on myself, but it's like, you know what? I can still show people and say, hey, this is my latest piece, and not just promote it in DVA alone, but put it out there. And I did that, and people's like, I didn't know that you did, you know, this like this type of work. I'm like, yeah, that's what I do. And then I think the other key thing, going back to when you're dealing with a client, especially one that you sign a contract with, sticking to the contract and follow through is like so important because they talk. You know, they'll like if they had a good experience with you, to where you nailed it to the T to the contract, then they're going to be happy and they'll come back to you. If you beat the contract out, meaning like that you went ahead, over and beyond their expectations, that's even better. They're going to go out on your behalf and promote for you. But I think one thing that can hurt designers is when they don't follow through and they don't fulfill the contract and they get ghost, they get missing, and then your name will go around as like, hey, don't do design work with so and so, because they do great work, but boy, it's like crazy. Like they always have some type of excuse as to why it's not done, and blah 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 blah. You don't want to be that designer, So that could be something that we had to may take a look at. I know for myself, I had to go through that. At times it's like, man, like I have a lot on my plate, and I'm not going to be able to finish it. What I learned to do is to communicate that with my client. Is
Yeah.
tell them like, yo, like things are not panning out the way that I expected. This is a lot more work, but I think with the proper amount of time, I really want this to work out for you. I just want to say I'm sorry. Things are just not on target, but trust me, in the end, you're going to be so happy with the results. Ending it on a high note instead of it just being like, I didn't meet the deadline, and they're like
Hmm.
expecting it, and it's like, yo, where's he at? Send an email
Hmm.
or dodging phone calls, whatever it may be. It's like, break that habit, because that's part of your brand. That's part of who you are, and that's, again, you selling yourself, because you're selling yourself to an individual or sold yourself to an individual, but you're still selling yourself. Even after they sign a contract and made the first payment, you are still selling who you are more than
Yeah.
you are your work.
How do you approach, say like sort of the other way around, if there's a contract that's already been agreed upon, and the client either backs out or is not meeting the expectations of the contract, whether it's the pay or like just the communication that takes forever for them to get back. Like I kind of mentioned in the video, there's kind of those things. It's like, okay, we did a professional agreement. This is a business arrangement. I
Right.
agreed to do this amount of work, and you expected to see something at this point in time, and now you just kind of, like you said, it was just like Casper. He's just like nowhere to be found,
Yeah.
and no money along with it. So there's no there's nothing been communicated as far as like, even if it was just, hey, it's been busy this month, let me get back to you, and whatever, like just some of those things that I would just kind of, I just kind of expect, I guess, from my fellow brothers and sisters of the human race, to just sort of maybe follow those sort of, to me it's just kind of, it's common etiquette, I guess, just this sort of politeness to be like, not this silent treatment, not just the blow you off, I'm not gonna. It's like, we live in the technologically advanced age where it's like it's so convenient. It is so convenient to communicate that it gets in my head, and so when I don't hear back from somebody, and I've emailed them like 6 times, just not to like bombard them, but just to be like, hey, I'm here. um, you're getting what you're looking for, and if you didn't see what you're looking for, please let me know. And then there's just like nothing. So I don't, I'm still like, how do you sort of adjust or respond or not respond?
Well, personally for myself, I treat that situation just like how I treat a no. Um, is that I take it lightly, but what helps me to do that is because within my contract, I have it, specifically saying like, you cannot use any likeness of this work. You can't use any prototypes. anything that we are, that I'm sketching out, like that stuff belongs to me until the final payment or the agreement that we made upon is fulfilled. And also, if I'm going like within a contract, it's like 50% upfront. So
Hmm.
like for a logo design, to say that like the lowest is like 900, so half is 450. Once they pay
Hmm.
that 450, in my mind, I'm like, well, I'm fine if they never contact me back because that 450 is mine, and I've only done sketches.
Hmm.
I've only gone up to phase two of this, of this logo design, and they can't use any of it. So it's
Yeah.
like, who lost out? I look at it like they lost out. I don't have to complete the logo. I don't. I can stop work right then and there if I'm trying to go through the phases and I'm not hearing anything back. I will just completely just hands off until I hear back from them. And if they question that, I can always point back to the contract and say, hey, it's right here in the contract that you can't use any of the work and until the rest of the money is paid up. And if you don't have that type of assurance on yourself with the contract, and you're doing all this work, and you don't have nothing that's communicated between both parties that they can't use the work, and that there has been any type of payment, then you are setting yourself up. You
Yeah.
know, and I think that it's really, really important. Like that's why contracts are like so important in the communication and everything is clear. Like you want to be
Yeah.
able to rest easy through the process of design on your behalf. So contracts, contracts, contracts.
Yeah. That definitely is. Without that in place, it's just kind of, there's no common reference to point back to. This is what we talked.
Right.
Uh, so I definitely think those contracts are important, and the 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 comprehensiveness of the contract too. That having those things spelled out. Um, I something that I'm not, like and I still do this. Still being kind of young, especially on my own, worked with other people before, and kind of as a partnership, and then as in-house graphic designer, but kind of doing this thing all by myself. You're the marketing department. You're the actual, I mean, you're the working artist. You're actually producing the products.
Right.
You're the finance department. You're actually, trying to collect the invoices and make sure that people pay on time, and you're the legal department. You're making up those contracts and sending them out and wording them and all that stuff. So, self-employment is a huge task, and it really is like way more than I anticipated it being. Like having to wear all those hats simultaneously. It's not like one goes off and the other goes on. Like I still have to be creative and be professional and be, thinking about, uh, you know, like quantifying this business and promoting and all this other stuff. And so I definitely think anybody that's in the business that way, freelance, that kind of self-employed, whether you're building your own design studio or whatever, is definitely I take all my hats off to you, those kind of people, because it really is everything. I mean, it's it's an entrepreneur that's kind of the almost, in many times, especially for me, it is really kind of the opposite end of my brain and my energy and my wheelhouse. It's the complete like inverse of, I just want to sit here and pull out something and just be creative and like let something invent itself. It's kind of what I mean, like almost whimsical sort of creative. And then like you were saying at the beginning, it's like I gotta my chops, uh, how I present myself and how I present
Yeah.
the contract, how I talk the game, and just all of it is is kind of that package that
Yeah.
that I think it takes that kind of person to make it, and I think that you can where I feel I am is like really kind of like going into training in that area, because it's like that's the area that I can see I've constantly just been wax on, like holding on to those projects, like
Right.
this is like I'm hoarding all these projects that I've done. It's like give them to the world, let them see what you do, and still getting constantly asked questions. Do you still do graphic design? Like, why wouldn't you know that? Like, why wouldn't somebody know that? Like, do you do logos or just portraits?
Right.
Well, yeah, yeah.
Like I do all that.
That's yeah. But at some point, I didn't make that clear. I didn't make it public. I didn't promote it well
Yep.
enough to make it clear to whoever's found me through whatever channel that yes, I do this, and this is my living. This is how I make a side project or an expensive hobby.
Right.
This is what I do professionally, and so I think I'm just agreeing with you in a lot of words of what you're saying, but
I
uh, I,
totally agree with you too. Yeah, because I think that it's like when you have yourself again, the way you treat yourself, the way you wake up and you look in a mirror, and it's like, what do you see? It's like, do you just see another person who's trying to make it, or do you see a person who is like, I am that designer. This is what I do for a living. Um, because when you have that type of mentality, then it's like, okay, you treat yourself, um, and you can tell if you're treating what you do as a hobby or as this is your career. Because I think the more organized you are, and you put yourself on a schedule like every single day. Like I noticed, I have to get back to this. Like I go ahead, I confess now. Like I slacked on having a rigid schedule. Like my schedule used to be so rigid. Like I would wake up and I would make phone calls and emails for an hour straight. I mean, like I started my work day at 9 o'clock, and from 9 to 10, I didn't open up not one program. I didn't check anything. I just checked emails and I made phone calls. And I had a list of people, contacts, because I used to go out and I would network my head off. I would go to networking events. I would go to even like a coffee shop. If I saw people who overheard the conversations talking business or talking about yeah, like, in which that's what all people were talking about anyway. It's like, business and stuff. It's like, hey, I would stop by and say, hey, I couldn't help but overhear what you were talking about. I think I could be able to help too. Here's my card, and maybe we could grab a coffee. Do that. Like if your thing is I don't have enough money to be able to take a person out to dinner, man, save up $6 and invest into yourself, your business, your company, and say every week I'm going to sit down with at least one new face and buy them a cup of coffee and ask them talk about their business and probe their mind and see and wiggle how can I help them out, because then it's going to come back. They're going to ask you, hey, so what is it that you do? Well, this is what I do, and tailor it based upon what their response was to you when you asked them, hey, what is it that you do? What's your business all about? And I've had so many leads, and I would say like maybe like out of like 8 leads, maybe 2 of them came around and be like, yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll sign a contract, but that came with hustle, and I personally have to get back to that because when I find myself hitting a dry season, it's all back on me. I can't even sit there and blame demographics. I can't blame the economy. I can't blame nobody but myself, because it's like, you know what, V, you used to wake up in the morning and for an hour straight you would just grind. Like I would go on Twitter, I would type in graphic design jobs and see who was looking for work to be done. I would do the same thing on Facebook. I would post and be like, anybody looking for some work, here, check out what I've done. Brag a little bit, on that, and I would sit and I would have meetings like at least once a week, So I mean, if you think about it, that's 52 meetings within a year, and even if you had, I don't know, 10% of those, to be, to come out and you tack maybe $1,000 each. I mean, you're making yourself good money, but that comes with the hustle. That comes with the grind of every single day, sticking with a schedule, treating yourself like a business.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Jason,
What's happening?
it's good, bro.
Not much, man. Just enjoying the conversation, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Just
So what's
enjoying
your
the conversation.
so what's your thoughts?
I mean, I've been listening. I got a couple of things actually. I actually take about an hour or two out of my day, like maybe 3 days a week, and just post random stuff that I've completed within like the past few days. Because I mean, just like you said, if you're not posting, you're nobody's gonna know. So I almost did that all day today. And it's funny because I got a few inboxes, and a couple people just went to the website itself and just inquired about different things. So, it definitely helps to post different types of work. Like I think I posted a CD cover for a gospel artist, and then posted a T-shirt design. So it's completely, I mean, not different ends of the spectrum, but two totally different things that somebody probably didn't know I did.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, just doing that, maybe 2 to 3 times a day, even if it's not like an hour, just posting 2 things is real quick. It doesn't take much time out of your daily routine.
Right.
Just post post it up and leave it be.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And then even when it comes to posting, for people who feel like, well, I don't have anything to post, it's like, well, do, or do that.
Make something.
Yeah, exactly. Create something like every single day. Like you should be, it could be small. It could be a little makeshift logo or a little icon, whatever. Like create that joint, take an hour, create it, and then post it up there. And then even if it's old stuff, like I'm learning that even if it's considered old, if it's old to you, it's new to somebody.
Exactly.
Because you're constantly building your network base. You're constantly getting new friends, new followers, and it pays off to go and grab something that's old that you posted maybe a month ago, and if you got a good hot response, repost it. Just throw it right back out there. You know what I'm saying? And continue to keep fishing. Same bait, but you may get a different fish.
Definitely.
Yeah.
You're always going to get different likes on especially like Instagram, stuff like that. Not everybody's looking at the same thing all the time. So I know I've reposted a few times, the same picture, or even if I change the mock-up and it's the same artwork that I've done. Some people, that's different people that's going to see it all the time. And it depends on what time of day you're going to post it too. Different people look at different times. So somebody new is going to see it.
Right. And then also the power of the hashtag too when it comes to like Twitter.
Yes, sir.
Attaching yourself to like whatever like hot trends. Of course it has to be related. Like one thing I hate is when like people just put a hashtag on something just because it's like that's the hot thing and they want to be seen. It's like, oh, that sucks. Like, like ballerina hashtag straight out of Compton. Like what? Like what in the world? Like you're that desperate? Break. Yeah. So I don't know. I see we have like a couple of viewers or a viewer. I don't know if people have like any comments. Let me see. Open up my comment side. Yeah, I see a couple of things. No. Any questions? Q&As? No, I don't think so.
Oh, and just to go off of what you said about the networking and everything like that.
Yeah.
Like I've been doing a lot of networking lately, and I don't know. I think it's kind of cocky of myself, but it's actually been working. I've actually just put my business card in somebody's hand and said, "You need me," and then just walk away.
Wow.
I just overhear the conversation of them talking about, I'm looking to get my business, more noticed and things like that. I'll say, okay, here you go, you need me, and just walk away. And it's actually, I've gotten either, hey, let me introduce myself, and we start talking about graphics, or they call me the next day like, I checked out your website, you're exactly what I need.
Right. That's dope. I'm gonna have to try that out, man.
Yeah.
You need
Yeah.
me.
You need me. Yeah, you need me. I don't know. I don't know where it came from, but it's just it just happened. So I tried it again and it worked again, and I was like, oh, okay. Let's keep this going and see how long it's gonna last.
Right. Yeah, that's a definitely good one. Definitely a good one. But yeah, I do. I say again, I'm gonna have to just hold myself accountable, which is hard at times, and just like again, just have to stick back to a schedule. Because right now it's like I have work, and it's like, oh, I need to get this work done. I don't even check emails. Like some days, like I've missed opportunities, and I'm like, crap! If I only had checked my email that day. And it's like I don't want to have to relive through any of those type of moments, really, because I don't have to. It's just all about being disciplined and just sticking to what it is that I got to do.
Hey, do you feel like? Because I think I've seen some conversation like this on a DVA group before, but kind of like about workflow and maybe thought process kind of stuff. Do you feel like that you're more efficient or more productive by separating out those kind of left brain, right brain type tasks? Like so, say like one day, like you're saying, Jason, just kind of posting all day, or at least for a couple hours. Like you just sit there, and that's what you're gonna do is just promotion, social media, and just sit there and do that. Or both of you guys, are you more of like, I just finished this, then I Instagram or post it somewhere, just kind of like as you get something done, you post it, or what works better for you?
You can answer that, Jason.
Can
Yeah,
you
go
hear me?
ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Can
Hello?
y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I don't know what's going on. Slow internet, I guess. I don't know. I actually try to section things off. Like I have a tight schedule that I try to adhere to as much as possible. But when I'm switching in between, like say if I have to do a flyer the next hour after posting on Instagram or something like that, I actually try to do something that has nothing to do with graphic design in between, so I can switch properly. So even if it's just turning on the TV for like maybe 10 minutes, just to get out of the left brain, and then just okay, I need to get into my creative mode now. But yeah, I try not to mix the two. It can get weird sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So that's maybe it's music, or I try not to turn on like Xbox or nothing, because that's gonna take that hour and just But something like that can just just separate the two is what I do most of the time.
Yeah, for myself, taking a break. I take breaks, and just so that my mind I could clean the palate, because I can sometimes find myself like in a rut or graphically frustrated, and what helps out a lot for me is to just walk away from the computer, or just to go do something completely different online. Like I may still be on a computer, but I may just go look at a video or something like that, or listen to music, just so I could be like, man, I need to just take my time with this instead of trying to focus on trying to hit the deadline. Like, I don't know. For me, if I focus too much on the deadline, my creativity just goes away to a certain degree.
Yeah, I think I don't do this as much as I should, but really, kind of separating those tasks into different time frames, and maybe a break in between, or something different in between. Do a lot of music stuff too, so just go play some bass or guitar or whatever, and then come back and find a nice creative groove again. But I do think that, especially like I was saying about being an entrepreneur slash creative, whatever that blank is, like your that profile image you put together, that creative lives matter, designer lives matter, like
Yeah.
whatever that blank is for you, whether it's photographer, designer, illustrator, creative in general, just um, the entrepreneur side is like I almost have to approach it as like a business meeting and with myself, or like I work with my wife, and we work in the office together a lot, and so just kind of sitting down and just saying for the next hour and a half or whatever, kind of coming up with, and we need to do this more and kind of refine a lot of our things, and just like we need to redo our contracts already, and just kind of like there's a lot of things that we need to spell out a little bit better, or make a little bit more friendly, or not friendly, just more clean cut. But also just uh, like strategizing about sort of the when we engage with people. I think that it's actually really really good. I used to think differently than this, but I do think now it's actually really good to have this kind of, not necessarily like a routine, but you've got an end goal in mind. That there's a particular person that they could actually be a great candidate
Hmm.
for to be your client, and approaching it that like okay, which type of person is this? Let me steer them this way. What are they looking for? I worked as a salesman at the Bose speaker store, and
Oh
a
yeah.
lot of the stuff I learned there was like that, to ask these kind of questions that I'm not being insincere. What I'm trying to find is the perfect match for them. And so whether it's a logo design or a T-shirt design or whatever it is, like kind of crafting that communication style and message and flow, so that everything feels like, again, professional, refined, and just packed with value. And then I'm not just wasting their time stumbling over myself, or like, okay, all right, big pause, stall. Where do we go from here? Like, how do we get started? What do you need first? Kind of asking myself all of those questions and anticipating a conversation that could happen several times a day. That either, depending on how that conversation goes, could lead me to a client that who knows how many things that they could order from me. Um, and start helping me pay my bills because I've got their business.
Right.
Or it could go like, well, he didn't know what he was talking about. He didn't know how to connect the dots, or he just wasn't listening to me. These are a lot of things that just been thinking about, like what are some of the things that I do that have allowed people to either take advantage of me, or perceive me as like less than a validated profession. That's somehow design with the people that I've worked with. Not everybody. I've had some awesome clients, but there has been some trend. There's been some patterns that I'm trying to kind of weed out and see, like, what can I do better? How could I kind of put it in, just like not a boastful arrogance, but a strong, confident, like, to make them feel confident that what they're hiring, and they're gonna anticipate that the value of the product is worth the dollar amount that I ask at the end of the conversation.
Right. Yeah. I don't know, Jason. Hey, what's going on, Deshaun? I just want to say what's up.
Yeah, Deshaun, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on?
I just, I think it's already kind of we're always working on improvement. I mean, it's always, we might find one thing today and then have a client go through a contract or something like that tomorrow and just be like, oh, okay, there's something else we need to change. So I mean, that's always how it's going to be. It's always going to happen that way. But I just think that how we approach, especially since I've switched over from urban design to more of a corporate now, it's totally different. And the way that I have to just talk to people and add value to what I do and what they need done, it's kind of just like I'm back on the telephones doing telemarketing again. It's I have to basically make it look golden, which it's going to be. But they have to see that. I have to kind of excite them about that. And I think that's the biggest thing. If you can make them excited by the end of your conversation, you got it. That's it. You don't have to worry about nothing else. And that just goes with the adding consistent value in what you're talking to them about, and what they're gonna perceive everything you're saying as. So yeah, I think that's one of the biggest things that I had to do. I had to change because urban was easy. Oh, I need a mixtape cover. Oh, okay, here you go. All right, that's dope. That's it. So yeah, there's a total difference, but I mean, I'm getting adapted to it, so it's all good.
Sweet.
Yeah. I know, like for myself, I like what you said about at the end, talking about like being excited. Like that's one of my key words I always say. Like when I'm in the end, I'm like, man, I'm excited for you and your business.
Right.
Like what's going to happen. And they go ahead and they recite it back. They're like, oh yeah, man, I'm excited too. And it's like that lets me know, like, though they didn't sign any contract, there was no check signed. I know within myself, this person is leaning more towards saying yes once they get the contract. And especially when they say, okay, so what's the next step? It's like, well, I just explain it, blah blah blah, and once you send the payment, that's when I get started, and this thing is going to take off, and we're going to have a great time doing this. Working together. But yeah, whenever I kind of get like a negative vibe, I don't like to get stressed out. I don't like being unhappy, so I just blow it off. I've gotten really good at accepting the no, because I can look past that and say, like, I know that gets me closer to a yes. I got to get all my no's out of the way just to get to that yes. And that's what works for me. For some people, it's like, no, I don't like hearing no, so I'll just keep lowering my price until they say yes. And it's like, I don't want to do that, because then you're gonna wind up being stressed out. But again, for some people, it's like, yeah, doing a bid for $60, and it's only gonna take me 3 hours to do it. That's $20 an hour. And it's like, well, hey, if you can do that every day, and you can lay down and sleep well at night, then cool, you found your sweet spot. That's what works for you. And it's like, I will never tell you to stop doing that. It's just a matter of just trying to find out what's suitable for yourself. Yep. What about you, Deshaun? Anything?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good. Yeah, y'all talking some good stuff tonight. Stuff that I've been dealing with, especially being a freelancer. I don't even if I call myself a freelancer. I've been doing this. It's almost 20 years now. So, but it's the same problems every day. I can have a contract. Either they're going to honor it or they're not. Something's going to change. Or sometimes I'm late. All the time I'm real lazy with that, because I'm like, I'll have a contract, and if they don't want to pay, they won't. So I'm trying to be more of a stickler of getting my money up front, at least a deposit up front. As my mom always tell me, boy, why don't you get your money? So I try to do that. So I look at it like, okay, I'd rather tell you no, so that would give me my time back, because you're not going to pay the deposit, you're not going to pay me. At least I'm not sitting here spending my time that I could be doing someone else's work or doing something to build myself up, because I'm like, if I don't get paid, then what's the point? So, but I'm like, and you all know I usually have a lot of churchy clients and all that, and a lot of times you just go through so much hell with them trying to get payments and people think you ought to do stuff for free. Cause I know I need an assistant. I have an abundance of work. I don't go without work at all on any day. But I had to look at my to-do list, and so much of my to-do list was pro bono or almost no money. So I'm just like, oh no, I have to do more because I'm like everyone that sees me on social media thinks because I'm my own boss, I got a lot of money because I can make it look. I mean, I go to the thrift store and if I get it for 50 cents to $6, I'm gonna make it look like 1,000. But I'm just like, if you knew how I'm piecing it together, I mean,
Yeah.
it seems like I have to create designs and I have to create my life to make it look like, really, sometimes our flyers for people look better than what the actually event will be. But lately here, I know I've been reading and listening to Grant Cardone. He wrote the 10X rule. I don't know if you ever heard that. And I got tickled when Jason said he goes to people and just hands them his business card and say, "You need me." That's the mentality that Grant Cardone has. Is you have to get your own name out there, and you have to tell people they need you. And see, that's his sales pitch. He said, "You asking for me? You need me?" And I'm like, it's so funny. And I've seen him actually do that on a live call. And when he's done with them, he has pitched them over $1,000 of sales. And he's always talking about you have to close and be a salesman. And one thing I've always hated was sales. I never wanted a sales job. I hated selling candy in school. So I'm just like, uh but I'm like, duh, you own your own business. You have to sell. You have to sell yourself. You have to sell your product. You have to sell to people everything that you are trying to make money for. You're selling. So I'm just like, I have finally grasped I have to sell me. I have to sell my company, everything that I do, and I have to do it. And I have connected with so many companies, so many major design companies through Twitter. It's just like ridiculous. And like these heads of corporations are to me, and I'm like, no, this is, how you follow somebody and they're just send automatic. These people are actually talking to me, interested in me doing different things. I'm like, what? What? Are you serious? And they retweet me and then they like, and I'm like, oh, now. But then they're actually talking to me in the DM box. So I'm just like, this is like beyond believable how many connections I made just by doing that and hashtagging what your niche is. So many people are looking, they to just put that in, and then they'll find you just through Twitter. I mean, if you're tweeting like once or twice a day, I dare you to bump it up 10 times more than that, and watch if you just if you hashtag branding or logos or flyers, watch how many responses you get.
Yeah, yeah.
I believe it.
Yep. And then not being afraid to, again, like just taking the initiative to ask and to just sell yourself. I mean, like that's what you're doing. Like you are your first brand. Like you're a walking, living logo, brand, package design. You are it, And if you don't get that down pat first, then no matter how good your portfolio is, it's just going to be a good product sitting out there collecting dust.
hmm
So
I read those exact words somewhere earlier today. It may be in some on How Magazine's website. It's no matter how good your portfolio is online, it's just there collecting dust in the cobwebs. You have to put it out there for people to see.
Yep.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I need to get on with that dude you just said too.
Yeah.
I ain't never heard nothing about him, but hey, he's has the same philosophy as me. So yeah,
Yeah.
good with it.
Right.
His name is Grant Cardone, and I promise you, he's just like my new pastor. Because I listen to everything he does, everything he writes. I mean, I have 3 of his books, and every time because he's on Periscope, he's on Blab, he's on Meerkat. I mean, he's on everything.
Everything. Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
And he is rich. I think he actually came and spoke at the How conference earlier this year to the
Okay.
graphic designers. And he will make a loser feel like somebody. So I mean, just his own little things alone, because I have learned to tell people no, and I have pushed myself over on people, and I'm like, oh wow, really?
Yeah, I'm learning that right now. I'm learning the art of no.
Mm-hmm.
I think I told like 4 or 5 people no already this week.
Yep. Yep. That's something that you definitely have to do, man. I mean, you have to. I like what you said. You know, you got to learn how to turn people down. You got to learn how to push up on folk. You know, push up on the right ones.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm excited for everybody here. I mean, and like what's going to happen within DVA, I think that it should be another spark. You know, just to kind of get the fire going for a lot of folk. Because I remember back in, I think it was January or February, people was like taking the price list that I had created, and they were taking that and running with it, and people were actually shocked, like, crap, that stuff works. Like,
bro, listen, I can attest to that. Word.
Right. So I mean, my thing is like, man, shoot, like, you know, I don't know, maybe creating accountability partners, you know, within DVA will kind of help lift people up. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, just checking in with each other. Like, it's one thing for us to post up, you know, stuff like our work and then to go on rants. But then I think it's another when we can just really just check in and say, like, you know, as a whole, like, hey, I think for the next hour, everybody in DVA, if you're not doing anything, you know, work-related, we need to start promoting now. Like, I should be able to go to your page and see you post up at least one thing of your work saying, hey, check out my latest work on your personal page instead of it just being in a DVA, you know, so that you can, so we can start to, I guess, start to gauge to try to see if what we're talking about works. I know it works for us, but for other people to become quote unquote believers and being like, man, like, dude, like, I love the system that is there that you guys have set up, and I want to stick with it, adopt it.
Exactly right. Because McDonald's is going to have their commercials. Burger King is going to have their commercials. Chick-fil-A don't even have to have a commercial.
Right.
People are going to come and eat at all of those places, and they're going to make millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Just like it's enough for those restaurants to go around. I think I've said it before on one of the Hangouts. It seems like it's so many graphic designers all over, but it's always a need because everything has to be designed. Design is everywhere at all times. From the milk carton to your underwear package to somebody needs something designed somewhere, and it's enough of us to go around.
Yeah, it definitely is, and I think that should be another thing that can help us to not, as designers as a whole, to bow down and just keep lowering your price, because it's like you feel like you're so desperate. It's like, no, there's always work out there. Like you can always find. You just have to hustle and grind, and when you find that wave. Like how I was saying in earlier in the video, I was saying like rich people hang around rich people, poor people hang around poor people. If you want to be rich, start hanging around rich people and have that rich mentality. You know, like you're not going to get rich hanging around a bunch of people who are and they have poor mentality. They're very unprofessional. Those are the ones you just want to easily just let go and just be like, hey, you want that? I don't need the stress. I want to deal with people who are trying to be successful, who have the money. So definitely do that.
Yeah, I've actually changed my mentality on that as well, because you know, switching over from the urban side to the corporate side.
Unless you hear.
Yeah,
Don't you let that devil get up in your ear.
It's hard sometimes a little bit, but I changed my dress. I changed my, you know, style. Everything. Like the website done changed. Everything changed.
Right.
Like, yeah, you just got to get in that mentality, man. Like, I've been changing the way I you know, where I go to get my clients at, like no clubbing and I don't do all that stuff no more. It's all coffee shops and golf courses if I can get to one and stuff like that, man. Like, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, there's more to design than just a common CD cover, or let's say
Yeah.
music,
Yes.
music genre. You know, because I see a lot of that. I see a lot of that. I mean, like, I'm not gonna lie, like that's kind of like where I kind of got my start too. You know, it was like, oh yeah, let me go ahead and design this, you know, package design for this artist. And when I stepped away from that, that's when the money started really coming in, especially when I understood the worth and the value of creating a logo, the process. Once I got that art and that down, I was like, oh, I don't have to ever do another flyer design for an event, like ever.
Yep. Yep.
I'm good on that. Super good on that. Also, I want to give a shout out to Roberto Blake. He's another designer that is out there who puts up great videos. If you haven't checked him out, please go to YouTube and check out Roberto Blake. He puts up these awesome videos. He always ends his video saying, "Go out there and create something awesome." That's encouraging. You know, that kind of put me in the mindset of, like, you know, always being creative, trying to put something, promote myself every day. But check out, I think, one of his latest videos. I think I posted. As a matter of fact, I did. I posted up in the DVA. Did you guys watch that?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Good
Great video.
good stuff. Yes, great video. So I highly encourage people to follow and promote his movement, because it is like, it's the truth. Definitely the truth.
Yeah.
and one other. Oh,
I
sorry,
was,
go ahead.
Go
I was
ahead.
just looking at back at the Facebook page that you posted the video on, and looking at some of the comments and stuff. But if I remember some of the stuff you talked about, I feel like it really does kind of fit with a lot of things we were talking about. You know, just this kind of like, you know, act like you want respect. You know, the amount of love that you think you deserve is what you're going to get. And just that kind of mindset. A couple of things that he mentioned was about, yeah, humility, and people who just kind of what I kind of took away from it was just the transparency of communication. It's not like people got to know your trade secrets. You know, if I did a job for somebody, construction, it's not like they get my toolbox too. You know, I'm not going to show them, here's all my tricks in Photoshop, here's all my stuff, you know, here's all the fonts I use. That's not the kind of transparency I hear him talking about. It's that kind of, I'm not full of hot air when I say you're going to get the best when you hire me. You know, as opposed to like 99 Designs or Fiverr or some other place like this that you brought up, because yeah, you know, you saw my prices and you thought, well, I can get way cheaper than that. Well, sure you can, and you can look way cheaper too. And that's, you know, I think that's really important. There's you know, like Deshaun, like what you said, is like that kind of realization of like, I'm selling myself, and it's not like I'm selling out. It's like I'm selling my brand. My personal brand is me, and I have to see myself as a valuable commodity that is worth the compensation that I'm asking for. And that's something that's like, it's in my mind, and it's really hard to like again, Mr. Juan Roberts, you know, he kind of pointed that out, was like, you know, there's a false humility that just kind of is like, nah, it's okay, you don't have to pay me today. It's like, no, actually, you need to pay me today. My phone bills do. You know what I mean? Like I'm depending on my clients to pay me on time, because I'm a normal human being who's got, you know, the bills I got to pay, and people that depend on me. And so carrying myself and walking that out with what's important to me is just like, you know, this upfront, that kind of transparency in the communication. Like, here's what you're going to expect to get, but don't expect to get this for this price. You know, if I'm doing whatever, you know, maybe I got a range of website products or whatever, you know, and it's like, here's your starter, here's this. And if you want this is how much it costs, because this is how much it's worth. And kind of going back to what you started with, Bernard, with like, you know, that conversation, you know, that ability to just kind of set myself on the serving tray and say, this is good stuff. You need to get this, and it's not a haughty arrogance. It's like, I know what I'm worth, because I'm the guy who makes the stuff. Again, one of the things that Juan said in one of the comments was, like learning to be okay with being the most brilliant person in the room. Because it's not like a huge ego thing. It's creative people are the most innovative thinkers on the planet. We're the most critical thinkers. We're the people that kind of can tear things apart and look at it from both ends at the same time. Like we can see color, texture, all this stuff, layers, just all the composition things, everything. Whether we've been gone to school or whether it's just an intuition, we can see things that people need to see, and we can present them in a way that shows value or communicates a message. There's like so much more than just behind a little emblem. You see that Nike swoosh, and it's like a culture. There's a huge message behind that thing. I just like the Macintosh Apple. It's like I was telling a client about this the other day. And it's like that didn't happen overnight. That happened through a consistency in the way that they interact with the audience, interact with their fans, interact with the buyers. That happens through their language and the way that they present their brand. They don't present it in a cheap little box. When you get a MacBook Pro, you even get nice packaging. I mean, this packaging is like designed. It's awesome, and like I keep having to kind of think of myself that way. Like, I'm the product I need to sell so that I can pay my bills, and I'm worth it. I'm worth the dollar value that I give you, at that conversation or that contract that says such and such price, and just say, well, you're hiring me. You're not just buying a product off of Fiverr. You're hiring me, and I can tell you right now that this is going to be worth it for you, and your business is going to, you know what I mean? Like what you're saying. I'm excited about what this is going to do for you, because now I'm on board. I'm partnering with you, and whatever you're trying to do, what kind of clientele you're trying to reach, what people you're trying to get at, what product you're trying to sell, what brand you're trying to build, and I'm your guy to do it. And even like saying it like this, it's kind of weird, like talking about it, because it's not what I'm practiced at, and I need to feel that confidence that when I'm with a client and see myself like, here's the platter, and that's what's on it is me, and take a taste and you'll see it's really good.
Well, I mean, just to go off that, I actually had that problem as well when I first started doing a lot of the corporate stuff. And a friend of mine told me, how do you go into the actual meeting? And I was like, well, I just go sit down and start discussing stuff. He was like, no. How do you go into the meeting? And I'm like, what do you mean? He said, what do you put on before you actually drive out and go to the meeting? And I'm just like, I'm a graphic designer. I just usually wear jeans and a t-shirt. He's like, no. Go in a shirt and tie. And I'm like, okay. It'll actually boost your confidence level. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to try this one time. Sure enough, I went to the meeting looking, shirt and tie, regular pair of slacks, and a shoe. And it actually, just from the gate, presented, hey, this guy's business, he's behind his brand, and, I could just talk about what I need to talk about, and I actually had the confidence boost. So from then on, I'm still doing it today. So it's just like, if you just need that one little bit of confidence, just to boost up and say, here, this is what it is. Here, I'm putting it on a platter for you, silver platter and all that. Bring them the silver platter look.
Yeah.
And that's, trust me, though, once they see you come in the door, most of the time they're in jeans and t-shirt and they're shocked. Okay, I thought this was just a meeting. Yeah, it's just a meeting for you. But now you get to see me behind the computer and behind the graphic design, things like that. I gotta present my packaging of myself.
So I gotta put on the Apple look. I have to put on the look of the corporate guy from McDonald's. He might run a fast food business, but I guarantee he's gonna come out in a suit, or at least a tie. Even if they're not a full suit. So.
Right. That's good. That's good right there. That's one thing I noticed of a few designers is that they wear their own brand. Like they created their shirt, and I'm like, that's dope. You know what I'm saying? And then they kind of get other people to wear the brand too. But one guy in particular, Josh Dingle, like he stands out to me as like one who is like mysteriously elite in a way, because like he has unlocked this thing about branding yourself, and he uses it on himself, and he also uses it with the people that he does branding and for, and it's like it's tried, it's tested, and it is like perfected, to where he's opening up doors for him to go out and speak and to travel to talk to people just to be able to be like, hey, I'm interested in doing your your next brand. And it's like, that's crazy. I'm trying to get to that level, So there's things that I have to do, that I have to adjust, that you guys are talking about and bringing up, that I'm like, yeah, that cuts to the bone. Like I need to start on that tomorrow. So good. And that's definitely some good insight. Appreciate that. Let's see what people are saying here, if anything.
I actually have a resource for y'all too that's been helping me a lot with like tips like for the business and everything. It's Millo.co, the website. MILLO.co. They have like tons of stuff. I get like consistent emails from them just of all business for graphic design. So, like the last one I got was, let's see, 3 tips for managing a large workload without losing your cool. That's the type of stuff they put up there. Rush fees. Let's see, get more work from your current clients. Stuff like that. They just have different. It's a blog for graphic designers, so. Just wanted to share that with y'all.
Great, that's awesome. Bookmarking it.
Cool. So let me see. So are any of you guys? Sorry about that. So are any of you guys currently working on I guess contract reconstruction or rebranding of your own personal brand?
I'm working on contract reconstruction.
Okay.
Yeah, I think brand is kind of is one of the things I find very difficult for myself, not to do for other people, but to do for myself. To kind of I think it's partly why I haven't got a tattoo yet. I would love to get some tattoos, but it's like that's going to be on my skin, and I like, what if I want to change it? It's like I leave that Photoshop document live so that I can move those layers around. I can't do that when this is on my skin. So I kind of feel that way sometimes about like creating my own logos, creating my own website. It's just like everything. It's like I so often end up putting it off, and I tell myself, well, I got this other stuff I got to do. I got to work on somebody else's stuff. But somebody told me this. Maybe it was somebody on DVA, but to treat myself as one of my priority clients. That I actually have to be a preferred client for myself. So I have to actually take the time, set aside time, whether it's to work on contracts or whether it's to work on my own personal branding, and say, here's how I want to be perceived online. Here's the brand I want to. I want people to view and kind of just do the whole thing just like I would for anybody else that I would do a branding job for, and ask myself the same questions. What am I looking for? What kind of person am I? What dollar amount am I trying to get at here? All that kind of stuff, and then actually do it. And that's always like where the rubber meets the road. But so I definitely am, and it's like those sort of hurdles that I personally just admit that I finally consistently find challenging. Either like say this is my brand, done, and not want to tweak and tweak and tweak and tweak, and never finish. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm the same way, man. Like I'm a really hard critic. Like I want to rebrand myself, but every time I try to think of it, I'm like I just can't wrap my mind around it for whatever odd reason. I think it is because I'm a hard critic.
Yeah.
And when I'm dealing with a client, I stop when they say I love it, I like it, But for myself, it's like I constantly in my mind don't want to stop. It's like. And then on top of that, I may not reach exactly what I have in my head, and I'm like, that's frustrating. But I saw that London, she was going through the same thing, and she asked somebody in DVA to rebrand her, and they did it. I don't know if you guys saw that or not. Did you guys see that?
I don't know.
Yeah, it was crazy. I was like, what? Like, and who rebranded her? Let me see. If I could find it. I thought that was like really dope. That she was open and honest about it too. She was like, I don't have like no money for this type stuff, whatever, blah blah. But I'm looking for somebody to help rebrand me, and I was like, that is crazy. Who did that for her? Man, if I could find it. No, anybody else care to share? Let's see. London, where are you? Oh, jeez. I'm sorry, guys. I'm kind of scrolling through here on Facebook, and I've come across another Chris Coley post, and I just shake my head. It's so good.
Still wanting to teach a class. I'm just waiting for it.
But when he does it, like I think everybody's looking for that.
I've been waiting for it for years.
I know, like man, like that. Oh no.
I'm a fanboy.
Yeah, I can say I'm the same. But I don't see it right now. The post of her. Well, I'm going back still. But when I find it, I'll be sure to try to tag some people in it. But yeah, I thought the guy did a pretty good job. Just stepped up to the plate. I was like, yeah, sure, I'll do it for you.
That's a great idea. I think that's very smart. Kind of maybe outsource that just to somebody who's got maybe more of an objective perspective,
right?
Than I do, because take so freaking long because I'm never happy with my own work and constantly critiquing myself, and like I'm my own worst enemy. I'm my own worst critic always. But without that, like you said, it is that sort of like the win is when so and so says I love it, and I never hear that when I'm working for myself.
That's true, man. It's like I can't remember the last time I was like, oh man,
Great point.
Yeah, man, good job.
Just done. It doesn't need anything else. Just save as.
Yeah. Because like what I currently have right now, I rushed it and I settled like out of frustration. I was like, this is as good as it's gonna get.
Yeah.
And I just left it playing. I was like, crap, whatever.
Yeah.
Man, if I had it, then I would go back and rebrand. you know, if I had the time and the energy, the mentality, the capacity to do it. But at this time, it's like, nope. Don't feel like being frustrated right now.
What is it? Just a curious question. Just what do you think? What do you think is too much? Because that's something too. That's like, and I just need something up by the end of this week because nobody's finding me this or whatever. And so I create something that I know I'm not going to be happy with. Then I want to do that every 6 months. Like what when is too much too much? Like.
Right. Well, I think when it comes to like your branding, it's important for it to stick. You know,
Yeah.
for it to create something and let it, you know, sit for a while and push it and promote it. Because I think changing it up, that could be just as damaging. Like especially like if it's like too soon. You know, people don't get a chance to go beyond the name and attach it to like a design. You know, it's just a name. Like, yeah, that name is always changing. I mean, changing its look, but I don't know, man. I mean, I say at least it should be able to. You should be able to walk. I should be able to walk away from my logo and say I'm happy with this logo for the next at least 2 years, if not like forever.
Yeah.
I'm waiting on my 2-year point.
I mean, I have my 2 year, but that's only because like I hate it, and I'm like I don't want to revisit it.
Yeah.
I'm serious, man. I settle for the worst. I'm like, oh, this is so ugly, but I don't know. It works, but I'm not happy with it.
Mhm. Yeah, that's same way I feel. Not about yours. That's how I feel about mine.
Yeah.
Everybody else is. That's the thing. It's like that. I don't know if anybody else feels this way, but like when you see something, and it's like you could do it, but for some reason because you didn't, there's like there's a distance between you and it, and because it's not like you just hit save as in Photoshop or whatever, after 4 weeks and you're just playing around with this new feature in Creative Cloud or whatever, you don't have that sort of frustrating relationship with your own design by just seeing somebody else's, and it just looks like, man, that's it. Why can't I do that?
Yeah,
I feel
right.
that way all the time.
Oh, so stressful.
Yeah.
Oh no. I'm almost afraid to ask because I still want to accept the challenge, but I'm like, you know what? I may have to just throw it out there and be like, oh, anybody willing to just rebrand my my name and just see what happens? I don't know. Because I don't know, it feels like kind of like how you were saying, Josh. It's like dang, like when you see it, it's like, dang, I should have came up with it. Like, how come I didn't do that?
Yeah.
And I think that's the part of for myself. It's like the humility and just saying like, no, someone else helped you. It's like, but I'm a designer. That's what I'm supposed to do. It's kind of like the whole thing of being like, if I'm a rapper, I don't want nobody ghostwriting for me. Like, I want to write my own stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I want people to say like it was hot. Like, I don't want people to be like, oh man, somebody else designed your logo, and you're a logo designer.
Man, listen. If somebody can crank it out like Homeboy did for Drake, I'll put my spin on it. Make millions.
I don't know. I got a pride issue. I ain't gonna lie, dude.
I have a pride issue as well, but that money issue is even more.
I can't do it. I really just can't. I mean, I just cannot wrap my mind around. It's like, dude, like I design logos, and I'm having a hard time designing my own, so I'm going to get somebody else to design my logo for me. Like, that's, again, I rap, and I'm going to get somebody else to write my raps for me. I can't do it. And knowing that it's going to be tight, though. That's like me going to somebody in DVA and like, yo, man, like, I need you to hook me up. And I'll pay you to do it on top of that. It's like, oh, that hurts so bad just saying it. Whatever, man. I can't. I don't know.
Do you think that would be just jumping down that rabbit trail a little bit? like how would that be different? Obviously, I know it's different, but how different is that from like using stock photography and you're a designer photographer? You can do it all, but like using vector packs or icons or whatever, pre-made elements, assets, all that stuff. It's like, well, I should be able to make all my own stuff, but that doesn't mean that like I'm not a designer. That doesn't mean I'm not legit. Like what kind of is there a boundary there? Is there like a what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I think when it's a little different because at least I'm taking something and I'm manipulating it. I'm not taking the exact photo and then just posting it up. Like I feel like I gotta do something. I don't know, man. It's kind of strange. It's like I have my 2 cents that I added to it, but if I get somebody to do the work completely for me, that had only thing I was able to say was, here's my name, here's the colors I like, here's my demographic, and they did all the work. Like they did all the work. Like they didn't take a sketch of mine and vectorize it. I mean, like that, I would do that. Like I would tell someone like, sketch out like a stick figure or whatever and be like, this is the concept that I have. And they took it and they brought it to life. But just to flat out be like, yo, they just did everything. Even came up with my slogan and stuff, like pitched it to me and I liked it. I would hate myself.
That would suck. Be like, yes, I like it. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a little bit too much.
But it happens though. I mean, like I'm not gonna lie, and I'm not gonna put nobody on blast, but I helped someone like that before, and they was like, I need some help with this, and I'm like, yeah, sure. And it got so good to me, I was like, oh, you should also have this be your logo. I mean, your motto, and you should treat your business like this, and this should be your demographic. And they ran with it, and I'm like, yeah, like it. I'm pretty sure it happens. Like I've done it before, But for it to be on the other side, where it's like it's happening to me, that'll suck for myself. I'll be like, man, like this person just pretty much like rebranded me and did a really good job. And I would have to say thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a message here. Somebody, let me see. Somebody's said, hey, y'all, can you help me? I'm trying to register my business with the state and wanted to know what business structure did you all choose? Sole proprietorship, trade name, or LLC? And I think that's from Cece. I don't know if she's watching or not. Let me see if she's watching. Hey, are you watching? And then Andre, he said, how do I join off my phone? Okay, what call is this? Okay, it seems like there's people that's trying to get in. Let me go ahead and hook them up. I guess you guys can talk about something real quick. I'll try to give them the link for the invite.
Hey, Jason, could you tell me what that Milo link is again?
Yeah, MILLO.co.
I think I'm getting a little broke up over here.
Hold on, let me type it. I swear they send me something at least more than a day, an email a day.
Samara.
Yeah, that's good stuff, man. Thank you for that resource. It's really good.
Yeah, no problem, man.
How can I take what they're doing, put my JP spin on it, and make it original? And that's what I've been trying to do.
And
hey, what's up, man? I see y'all out there. Yeah, so that's it. What is it? One more. I think I did enough rambling about copying and inspiration. But yeah, check out Justin Anthony, check out Steve Marie, incredible talented brothers who really kind of blazed, I guess, if that's what you want to call it, blazed the trail. What else we got? Where do you get your inspiration from? How do you stay creative? Even now, my inspiration, I will tear up some magazines from GQ to fitness to Ebony, Essence. Sometimes I pick up some of the old like home interior design magazines and just flip through those to get inspiration. Sometimes I break out and I go to the mall, go for a walk and see like how many people up, so to speak, in graphics. I started in retail design from my side, so I still found a lot of inspiration in retail. So I'll go to Macy's or Express, Uniqlo, J. Crew, get inspired and see what's happening outside of my industry. Because I mean, at the end of the day, I'm pretty much in the faith-based industry, so I think it's really important to get inspiration flooding in from outside of that, so that you can say, okay, this is what the standard is. Let's take that standard, that universal standard, and apply it to the faith-based industry, just like this and all of that makes sense. So I definitely try to stay inspired that way. Music inspires me too. Like I would say probably 75% of the time I'm sitting here at my computer singing up the top of my lungs, listening to music like Lettucey, Anita Wilson. A lot of my clients listen to Donald Lawrence, Marika Chisholm. You know, some of my favorites, just enjoying them. Right now, all I listen to all this week has been Anthony Brown from Group Therapy. That album is bananas. I'm stuck on the joint with Crystal Rucker. She just gives you her good falsetto on that jam. So, I mean, rolling through that and just get my worship on keeps me inspired too. I think one of the things that we fall into is it's easy to fall into depression or into that rut when you're always in the office and you're behind the computer working. So I really try to break out if it's just me sitting on the patio, if it's me walking to the mailbox and that, just to make sure that I get some sunlight and get some fresh air, stay hydrated. You know, I think those are a lot of ways too that we can stay up on our A game with some simple things like that, you know. Also, I'm part of a group on Facebook called Designers Among Us, and these are some talented cats from across the nation, and we all keep each other inspired too. So, you know, we do some critiques and share and swap some tutorials and tools and stuff like that that really keep us going. Yeah, you in the house. What's up? What's up, Toppendale? My sister. You got some great stuff going on. I'm excited about you. Y'all keep me inspired. What was the name of that group? Designers Among Us. It's a private group, so I think at this point they probably won't add anybody in unless there's a vacancy. But hey, you know, it's all good. All of you are GD graphic designers. I don't think everybody's a graphic designer. In the group, everybody's a graphic designer, yes. But I don't think everybody's tuning in. It's, yep, Deshaun is in there. What's up, Deshaun? Deshaun Gales, DC's own. He's like the beast when it comes to photography. We've done a photo shoot together. He covered me. And then, like, Lord forbid, you know, something goes awry, I can always depend on my brother to kind of bail me out and help me out. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, brother.
Deshaun getting the love, man. Getting the love.
What else we got going on? That's about it.
This is Brother JP talking on this Periscope. Is everybody getting on that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Man, the work that he's doing, man. Listen.
Just inspiration out of nowhere.
I think I look on his Instagram almost every day.
Go to my website. My website is
Yeah,
designsart.com. You can
I
hit me
know
with
I
your
do. That's my
contact
buddy.
info.
He keeps me going.
Now let me ask you, when it comes to, and this is, I need an opinion on this. When it comes to advertising and promoting yourself, branding yourself online, how important is it for you to have separate account or just one personal account and you just kind of put things up? Because I noticed that there's some people who have a separate account, Twitter account, where it's just art that they post up, or Instagram and it's just whatever it is that they're into that they post up and it has nothing to do with their personal life, so that they could gain followers. Because if you're not consistent, I heard that you know people tend not to follow you. Is that true?
Well, it's true for me. Like I try to make all of my people. Like I'm at the limit of 5,000 people on Facebook. I try to get those full 5,000 to follow my personal business page and my Instagram. Uh, I got a couple thousand on Facebook, but I still have people from Facebook that say, I didn't know you was a graphic designer. I didn't know you do that. So I'd be like, okay, obviously I'm not hitting them because I'm like, these are people that I know, and they still don't know that's what I do. Um, and then I have a personal and a separate Instagram. Now, I wish I didn't have to keep logging out of one and logging into the other one to post the Instagram because my business Instagram lags from me posting stuff. Well, I barely post mock-ups and stuff like this, so I have to get back into the habit. But I do separate. I have a personal and the business Instagram, and a personal and the business Twitter.
Yeah, I did that too, for Facebook at least, because Facebook is just that's really kind of it's an amazing tool and it's an amazing distraction, but it's kind of my way of keeping in touch with my family who are kind of all over the country, and so to not just be like promoting business for like all my family and friends. I want to post pictures of me and the kids and family time or whatever. So I do that on just my personal profile, and then I've got Pomeroy Creative, Facebook page where it's just the artwork, it's just the projects, it's just the work, kind of as a living journal or like a live portfolio, so to speak. That's just where work goes, or messages for clients or whatever that's appropriate. But I don't want to put like family pictures there because then they kind of back to like what you talked about, like wearing the suit. I feel like that's the same kind of thing online. Is you can kind of look online like you're just relaxing in your living room, in your sweatpants or whatever, and doing your thing, or you can look like this is a business meeting, and I came in even more prepared than my client was for this meeting, and kind of just even have the perspective already in the place that you want for how that's going to go. And so that I do see there's a big value in kind of, I think it's really just kind of carrying over your branding, that once you actually finally have something that you are happy with, to just use that online, on social media, everywhere. On the other hand, I am an artist, and that's a big part of my life. And so like my YouTube channel is just my name. But I do think it's probably important to have a unique presence for your work.
Right. Because I know one thing that I kind of sense for myself, because I like to kind of be everywhere, is separating my business from my personal life is a struggle, because I don't want to have to start completely over. And I know that sometimes people don't follow pages outside of personal pages. It's kind of like, when you're trying to get people to say, hey, like my other page, my beside your profile, you don't necessarily get that type of love that you want. And so, like, for myself, it's like I sometimes want to talk about political things that's going on in the world, and I'm like, you know what? If I post this up and say something, I could possibly turn someone off who could be a potential client, and they don't want to deal with me, you know.
Yeah.
And then plus whatever I post up on Facebook, it links automatically to Twitter, and I'm like, but I guess I have followers on Twitter and people that follow me back that are like Adobe people and stuff like that. I'm like, I'm starting saying, hey, follow me back. I have a new account now. I don't know. Am I overthinking it, or it could be possibly that I need to actually make that switch and just bite the bullet and just kind of like shy away from my personal account and really start pushing my professional. Oh, Blake, you're muted. Roberto. Also, I'm going to give a shout out to Cece too.
Did I mute somebody?
No, Roberto, still can't hear you, man. We heard you for a second. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, you're still muted. How you doing, Cece?
Hey, I'm doing great. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Awesome. So you mind if I jump in on your question just now about separating the personal from the professional?
Yes.
So a lot of it has to do with context, and you have to decide at some point, you have to draw a line in the sand about what you value in a specific way. And if you haven't defined a personal life or brand philosophy, that could be what's hurting you. So if any of you have ever watched me, you know that my life philosophy and the philosophy of my brand is create awesome, right? So the context of whatever I put out as a message, I ask myself, by doing this, am I creating awesome? Am I creating value? Am I creating a conversation that's going to have a positive outcome and a positive difference in people's lives? Or is this about something that I feel personally? And if I feel personally, but yet it's something that I feel is not going to be a positive outcome, even if the tone doesn't always have to be positive. I'm not saying you always have to smile. When things are bad, but you should try to create a situation where it's going to be better, or to where you're delivering people out of that bad situation. So I would ask myself, literally, am I creating awesome or not? And then I put something out, or I don't. But you have to figure out what that means for you and what your philosophy is and what the context of the conversations you want to have are. I don't think that politics, even by their nature, create awesome or create value, because while those conversations might be important to have, most people turn it into cheerleading for their team of choice, and they're not willing to have a civilized conversation. So I immediately go to the fact that I don't think that political conversations with political tonality are going to create awesome or create value. What I would say is, if something happened, I would go to what sounds to most people like a neutral thing, but I would say, look, the ultimate important thing in this situation is to ask yourself if doing this alienates you from people that would love to embrace you or not by saying that message, and then I would challenge that. So, for example, we all saw some of the debate stuff. We all heard some of the recent comments from Donald Trump. I wouldn't get into that. What I would say is that in any situation where you say or do something in the tone and with the wording that Mr. Trump used, there becomes the possibility that you damage your own brand, you damage your own business, you alienate friends and family members, or you put people in an awkward situation, and why would you do that? So that would be how I would comment on something political, while being philosophically consistent and being honest, but that's how my thing works. I would say you have to figure that out and apply it to you.
Makes sense.
How do you feel? How do you feel like that? So, for example, like say you have that sort of separation in your business world and your personal world. online and offline, and you're careful with the conversations. What about people that may just see your personal profile or whatever and kind of say, well, he's following this guy, or he says this about that, or is it still something that you feel like I don't know. I don't want to create something that's not there, but I do feel like there's something that's uniquely special about the creative industry, like being an artist, like we've just been talking about. It really is like you kind of become the product that you want people to buy. It's not just creating product.
Which is why I would say that that's the importance of having a philosophy, because all you have to do is ask yourself if you're being philosophically consistent, and that will dictate your other actions. That's why I double question things less. It's not a matter of being overly confident. Sometimes people mistake that and think that sometimes, and I've been called out on it, and I say, well, then I own it. People have said that for me, that have accused me of being either ego-driven or arrogant or overconfident. And the thing is, I own my strengths, I own my weaknesses, but I also own my stances. And I say that for me, it's more important to be philosophically consistent than to be liked. And the thing is, I don't want to be embraced universally by everybody, because that doesn't have value. It's that I want people who are about creating value, about creating awesome, about doing things that build instead of destroy, to embrace me and like me. So, for example, if you want to damage the environment, I don't need you to like me personally. I mean, that's fine. We'll disagree on things. I'll still treat you respectfully. I will still value you as a human being. But we don't have to get along, and I don't need you to be a fan of me per se. I don't want you as an enemy, but I don't need us to agree, and I don't need us to embrace each other because we value different things, and that's fine. You're not going to be for everybody. I don't like strawberries because I pigged out on them as a kid, and now I don't like them. But I'm not going to tell everybody strawberries are disgusting, don't like strawberries, don't eat that, get that out of here. I'm going to say, nope, it's not for me. So I would say that some people, they feel that they have to filter themselves professionally, and I used to be one of those people myself, and I felt what was best for me was just to not do that and to just take the losses. I would rather take like losses and leave 20 or 30% of something on the table in terms of what I could get, and be 100% consistent and 100% myself, or even 90-95% if you have to filter for the context of a little bit of like being situationally appropriate. I'll say that I'm situationally appropriate. I'm not going to curse in front of somebody's kid, but if I'm with my best friend and we're drinking at the bar and my team loses, yes. So I would say it's more important to be consistent and to own your strengths and weaknesses, and to own your philosophy and own your brand, and not let other people tell you what your brand is to suit them, or that you're trying to please everybody. You are the product, so you need to please yourself first, but that means also being accountable to yourself, accountable to your philosophy, and having standards. And if you're doing that, then you're fine. If people don't like it, that's not your problem. Don't give anything to your haters, only give anything to your concerned critics, because they'll give you actionable advice. We all hate when a client says, well, I don't like it, because there's nothing we can do with that. But if you tell me it's too big, it's too loud, it doesn't stand out, I can do things about that. If you can say it feels muted, or you say it looks dull, I can do something about that. I can't do something about, I don't know what it is, but I don't like it. I'll know it when I see it. We all know that. We hear that. We hate it because there's no corresponding call to action for us to execute on. So only worry about when someone's giving you criticism that you could action on and execute on, and that aligns to the outcome that you want. If it doesn't align to an outcome that you want, then don't worry about it. I literally have turned down gigs for Big Tobacco and for Drilling because I'm not going to do their brochures, I'm not going to do their packaging. I have left money on the table, and I'm happy to do it, because I don't believe in those things. I don't believe that those things create the world that I want to live in, so I'm not going to help them get their message out through my skills. But I have recommended them to people who might be willing to accommodate them, because I know that there are designers who want and will take whatever work they can get, and so I'm happy to help those people. So, that's my answer to that.
Nice. Nice and thorough. Yeah. So I could say like again, when it comes to the design, it's kind of piggybacking on what you were saying earlier, Roberto. I think like we have to remember that we're artists and we are to create, and that we're not to please everybody, because we're not going to please everybody. And yeah, it's just a matter of just trying to make sure that you brand yourself, and then like how you said that it sticks to your brand, like whatever it is that you're doing, can it fit underneath that umbrella? So I could say for myself, I am leaning more towards just kind of not separating and creating a brand new accounts, but just kind of like this is more treating myself as a business and rebranding myself and saying that, hey, this is going to be more about my art and my work and less more about my family as much, or my political stance, or my religious viewpoints as much.
Because also you have to think about, well, when you're in social media, it's your public face. So the thing is, you're not going to hit everybody that you drink with or that you have dinner with your political views. You're not going to do that on a date. You're not going to sit there and bring out stories about grandma on the first date or something like that, unless it's cute to do that. I don't that might be a thing, but whatever. You're not going to do that. So just put it in the context of your public appearance and persona is supposed to be like that 95% of who you are, because it's that context of you need to hold back 10%, not to hide anything, but for you, and also not to bring things into your life, because like there are clients that I like them well enough in the context of our client and business relationship, and I like them as people, but it's not to say that I would want my sister dating this guy. So why would I create the access to that, even figuratively speaking, why would I do that? I don't need these two situations to blend just because I'm the bridge. There are things that me as a bridge, I need to have a toll there so things don't cross over for a reason. You don't necessarily want all your clients hanging out together, right? So, swapping war stories about you per se. So you need to think about like the context of what's situationally appropriate. You don't need to know about their entire lives. You don't need to know all of their life story. You don't need to know about their friends and family. And the thing is, if you asked about those things, they would find it rude or presumptuous or even intrusive. So while I believe in authenticity and transparency, when older people do say that we have a culture of oversharing, they're not entirely wrong, because we're not thinking about the story we want to tell about ourselves. And as much as we love our friends and our family, and we might have views that might change in 5 or 10 years or 20 years, depending on our circumstances, how much of that do we want to go into the book of our lives? So, that's something to think about.
Yeah. It kind of reminds me of, I guess you could say like catfishing.
Yeah.
You have to dress yourself up to a certain degree. Not to say that you're being fake, but you're just not revealing, like as you said, as much. You're just only showing the bit of truth of who you are, so that you are not jeopardizing, your brand of what you're trying to accomplish.
Well, and not even your brand all the time. It's even about protecting your own individual sense of self and privacy. It's like, do you really want to have to defend personal beliefs to 40,000 or 50,000 people instead of just that close circle of 10 or 20? Do you want to have to engage in those conversations over and over? Is that a productive use of your time, especially when you could be instead promoting your brand and having the conversations of, I want to give you all this work? So it's a matter of, do I value the conversation of something like, I put it straight up to somebody that, in my opinion, and I let them say, and I told them that they were going to think that this was, arrogant, and I told them that, look, because I had a private Facebook group with creative people, and I just sent you an invite, and if anyone else here messages me, I'll be happy to invite them. But I have a private group of creative people, and someone wanted to post something very political under the guise of art that was political, and it was racial. And I told them that that doesn't belong here, and this isn't going to create a good conversation, and that you're interrupting cocktail hour of us talking about growing our creative businesses and talking about how we address our creative problems. because, and you're like, well, this is what I care about, and if you don't like it, then you're censoring. And I'm like, no, it's not about censoring. It's about you came in and you interrupted a conversation that has nothing to do with any of these things, and then you put people in an awkward situation where some people are not even going to feel comfortable to talk now because of what you did. And that's wrong, and as the group admin, I can't allow for that. And, you know, if you want to talk to me about it, we can. And they decide to just up and leave, and that's fine. But it's the point I told them in a private conversation that, look, for what the community is, I value the message of Create Awesome more than I value the message of, you know, this thing or that thing, or even, you know, this thing or that thing. Or it's like, well, in my mind, this is an idea for a bumper sticker, and that's why I wanted to bring it. I was like, nope. I was like, for me, it's like, I told them, I'll be straight up with you. A Create Awesome bumper sticker is going to do more than that, because the reality is what you did, if you wanted that to be a bumper sticker, is going to have people drawing lines in the sand versus trying to say, well, how do we move forward together and do something of value or something cool or something interesting? So I was like, and it's not that I think that my brand is like the most important thing in the world. It might be for me, but it's actually probably not even, if I'm honest. There are things that are much more important to me, but like the health of my friends and family and so on and so forth. But the thing that I would say is that a message of positivity is going to trump everything else. If you get into a debate about the Black Lives Matter thing or this or that, you're only setting some people up to yell at each other. But if I say, hey, how do we use art to bring awareness to autism? No one's going to sit there and want to start yelling at each other, and no one's going to sit there and say, I don't like you, or get the heck out, or anything. We're all going to now try to do something productive.
Right. Right.
So I would say that put yourself in a situation when you have conversations that are politically divisive or emotionally charged toward drawing lines in the sand or choosing sides or saying, oh, I'm a liberal, or I'm a conservative, I'm a Republican, I'm a Democrat, Black Lives Matter, all lives matter, you know, all these things. You're putting people in a situation where, one, they might not even want to have a conversation. Two, they might have a conversation from the position of trying to defend something they believe in strongly versus a conversation that's about creating value. And, I mean, if you could have any conversation in the world, would you rather have a debate about the Black Lives Matter hashtag, or would you rather have a debate of haggling between $10,000 and $8? Going to you.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this, because talking about, I guess, sensitive topics in the world and how that relates to art, I believe that you're very familiar with Shepard Fairey and his approach. How do you, or would you categorize him, or what is he doing that is right? In my opinion, in my eyes, that I see that he's doing right, to where his artwork is edgy, is talking about something that's that matters to everyone, and it's almost like done in a satire-ish type of a way. Like
what I love about what he's doing, and I've been a follower of his for a long time, is he's doing a lot of what I'm talking about, but he's also taking the hit, but he's in a position to where he can take that hit, and that's fine, because there are exceptions to everything, and Shepard is an exception in where if you're in the position that he's uniquely in, you get the license to go a little rogue every now and again. Yeah. I would argue that on a certain level, I get a little bit of leeway to go rogue on certain things, and that it's okay, but it's something I don't think I could have done as a first or second year designer. So when I speak to a lot of people, I'm speaking from the position of, regardless of where you are in your life and career and your circumstances, when I say do these things, I'm applying it to that like 80-20 rule, or that 90-10 even, of regardless of where you are, if you do this, you'll probably be okay. But there are people who can do something very different and be super successful or be right for doing it. But you have to be self-aware to ask yourself if you're one of those people. And I think that a lot of people are not self-aware, and that they think that they might be a little bigger or more secure even with themselves than they actually are, and they try to do things or go rogue, and it's not the right move from them, where they just are resenting the fact that they're in a stage in their life or career where they do need to be safer and smarter and less, what I would say is probably less inflammatory is probably the way I want to phrase that, because they're not in a position where they have the credibility yet or the backing to make stances that would otherwise negatively impact or like, you can't blackball Shepard Fairey at this point. He can be arrested 3 times this year, and it will not negatively impact his career in any meaningful way. But that's not true for, I would say, all of us in this chat, if not the majority of us in this chat. So what I love about Shepard Fairey is his artwork and his choices in design and activism stimulate conversations, influence things, inspire people, even inspire me, and they start a conversation, and they start movements, and they generate the passion and the conversation, and things are said that need to be said as a result. And I really believe in what he's doing. Do I think that the majority of young designers or even designers in the midway of their career should follow his example? Absolutely not. I think that the 10 or 20% of people in a unique situation have a chance of doing similar things and not having negative consequences, but I don't think that they could end up with the results, because I think Shepard is a unicorn.
There you have it. Yeah, he is. And I guess to compare it to, like, I heard it said over the weekend that that Donald Trump, the reason why he's able to talk the way he talks, so brash, is because
Donald Trump.
Because, well, not only just that, because he's not bought. You know, he's not. He has. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like, you know, I think that with Shepard Fairey, it's the same way. It's like he's not bought, and he's that unicorn guy to where he's reached that level to where it's like no matter what he doesn't have to answer to nobody. You know,
Shepard Fairey, like, got arrested like about maybe 4 or 5 years ago at a museum gallery showing of his work for some graffiti that he had recently done, and they interrupted his museum gallery like showing to go ahead and drag him off in handcuffs, and all it did was boost his press. That's not going to be the situation for, like, the people in this room. Donald Trump can say the things that he said because he isn't beholden to anybody. He's donated money to half of the people that he's debating on stage, and he can tell you their dirty laundry, and also they can't attack him past a certain polite point, no matter what it looks like, because they do know the things they've said in private to him, and they do know that he's not beholden to them, and they do know that he's richer than them. He has his own brand. He has a brand that is specifically based in him going rogue. So we don't expect it. In fact, we applaud it and we cheer it because he's brought us that expectation. He's a showman. He's created 2 of the greatest shows on earth between his beauty pageant and The Apprentice. He's someone that we applaud for saying the thing that would break our hearts: "You're fired." And that makes him special. That makes him unique. But it also means that he's not beholden to anybody. He's not been beholden to anybody for a long time. And ultimately, a leader probably needs to be accountable. As you know, you're a leader of a community of care that you've built artistically. So, and as am I. And so you know that that responsibility isn't something to be taken lightly. Donald Trump isn't really accountable to anybody, and he will make decisions and fly in the face of shareholders, customers, his audience, whenever he feels like, because he's Donald Trump, and the most negative consequences of that will not really affect or change his lifestyle, his outlook, or how he feels about himself at all. So he's in a bubble, and as interesting as that is, and as entertaining as it is, it's not sustainable, it's not scalable, and it's not attainable for everybody, nor is it healthy for everybody. And I would argue that there are plenty of artists or people that we admire, and that's why I tell everyone they should be themselves and they should find their own philosophy and live by it, or they should adopt the philosophy that works for them, whether it's mine or whether it's Pat Flynn's or whether it's some of the things that Gary Vaynerchuk says. You could graft some of those things onto yourself because they are a good fit for you, but then you still have to be you. But you can apply some of the tactics and methods that fit your own psychology as far as, well, what's the 20 or 30% that I have in common in either mentality or DNA with these people, and they will work for you. I feel that I'm fortunate in the fact that my DNA dictates that I'm not special in the way that people like to think that I'm special. There are things that are special about me, but anything that I've done is something that I believe the overwhelming majority of people can do if they get out of their own way. I think that no one is incapable of doing what I did with a personal brand or with YouTube or with design, or anything, or with tech. I don't think anyone's incapable of any of those things. I think that the only thing stopping them is probably themselves, because my circumstances, my background, none of those things were ideal. I'll say that the things that that like I was fortunate or quote unquote like blessed with were that fact that I was honestly, I had no control of the fact that I was born in the United States of America. So I won the lottery there because you know, if I'd been born in a third world country, I don't care how hard I hustle, I don't care how talented I am, I probably, for who I am, would not have the success that I have today in those circumstances. That's not to dictate that someone else in those countries can't be successful, but I would not have been in that situation. So I'm very lucky to be born in the United States. I'm very lucky that in my situation I wasn't born, you know, a girl in Saudi Arabia, because that would have been very hard for me. I'm fortunate that I was born into a family of creative people, and that my mother really fostered my creativity and invested in me, and was my my first real investor in everything that I did, and helped me with developing a framework for how I could be successful versus trying to make me fit in with everyone else the way some parents do. So I would say that those things were beyond my control, and that I was lucky in those things. Now, the rest of it was on me to make the most of that, because there are people with better circumstances than that that go on to not be successful or not create value or not build a personal brand or a sustainable business or do anything or learn anything. There are people with much better circumstances that accomplish a lot less. I played my cards very well, and I'm very proud of that. But I feel that with the cards a lot of people have, they can still win, but they'd have to actually get in the game and take advantage of them.
Right. Okay, anybody have any input, any feedback?
I feel like a happy sponge right now. This is very good stuff. I really, Roberto, I really appreciate your just. I'm hearing a lot of just kind of your I guess philosophy, or you know, like you're talking about this kind of personal philosophy, and I very much appreciate your viewpoint. And you know, something that I've seen for a long time is your passion for education. Educating people, both not just like video tutorials on how to do this or how to do that, but a lot of what I'm receiving right now is just kind of this. These are like, you know, really big nuggets that kind of translate through many areas of life, and I think that I know for me as a creative person, I admit to neglecting a lot of these areas. At least, you know, giving them enough thought, giving them enough practice, and like just kind of working through like, what is it exactly that I believe? What am I selling when I say I'm what you need to do this or to promote that or to design this for you, and kind of, you know, be consistent with that paradigm in a way that is true to myself, and you know, that it is not just it's not just a business that I go to, but it really is a huge part of who I am and how I operate in our world. And I appreciate, you know, the kind of the depth that you're providing in this conversation. So.
I'd like to know more about the other group that you have on Facebook, because I subscribe to you on YouTube already, and I try to listen to every video you have. But I would like to connect with you there if I could, Roberto.
Probably lost connection.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me send him another invite again. He might be able to just get back. Okay, he's here. Okay, I guess you're gonna ask him again.
Sorry, my phone died there, so I had to switch over to the laptop webcam.
Cool. Yeah, go ahead, Deshaun. You can ask me again.
Oh, I was asking more about the Facebook group. I said I already subscribed to you on YouTube, but it would be real interesting if we were in.
Go ahead and friend me on Facebook, and then I'll be able to give you an invite to the group.
Okay.
And that is a private Create Awesome community group in Facebook. It's invite only because it's a nice little tight-knit community of people who either were vetted by me or by other people in the group that they were asked to go ahead and invite in, so that we can one, maintain the culture and be philosophically consistent, and so that we have the right people in the group. We've only ever had 2 people leave, and again, that was because their passion for things politically overshadowed what the point of being in this group was versus something they could share on their own Facebook wall. But I know all of you are solid on that kind of thing, and we already talked about it, so I have no issue there. If any of you guys want to go ahead and find me, friend me on Facebook, I'll get you an invite to the group. And then there's also stuff on my Facebook fan page that I share that never makes it sometimes up to YouTube for because it's I'm sharing a lot of stuff that I'm finding as resources or downloads or other articles or things like that. So you'll get access to that both in the Facebook group and on my fan page.
Thank you.
Yep.
Nice. So about roughly how many people are in this this private group, and how many of them are actually like active?
About 230 are in. I would say that maybe 70 or 80 are active, but the rest that aren't active are honestly actually hustling quite a lot. Excuse me for 1 second though. I've got to take this call.
Yep. Yeah, that's good. I think that networking, working, with one another is like, key. Like for us, for like the community that we have, and that's one thing I love about DVA. And gosh, it's coming up on a year now that I've been part of DVA, so I'm excited about that. Maybe I should have a party in my house or something. I don't know. I can invite you guys. But yeah, that's one thing I
Google Hangout party.
Yes, that'll be so mega dope. And I'll just get like a Hostess cupcake, and I'll put a candle in it, and I'll pour it out and everything. And we'll all celebrate. It'll be mega dope. I don't know. I think I may have to ask Fatima, like, what's the date in which I joined? Because I think it had to be like in August. So yeah, it's coming up on my birthday. It'll be ironic if tonight is like the day that I joined. That'd be crazy. How crazy would that be? But yes. Anyway.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Yeah.
Now, what was I saying before I went on that rant? Gosh, I'm so retarded. Help me, Jesus. Don't. Okay. Yeah, I was saying that, like, the people that's within DVA, like, I really enjoy how authentic everybody is, and I've witnessed and seen so much growth in myself and also within other people that, like I always say, it's like going back to college. Like, this is like free college to me. It gives me that feel of camaraderie, and like I sense the teachers that are in here. I sense the students and how we all learn from each other. It's like you would almost have to put a price of entry to get in on a group like this. I mean, it's just that rich with so much talent. And one day, I don't know, man, maybe one day there will be a DVA firm somewhere sprouting up. And I'll be one of the first to be like, yo, sign me up, like, hire me.
Right.
Well, I'll put it out here on this Hangout. If there is anybody in the Michigan area, I'd love to connect and just get even more solid with some of the members that we have in DVA, because it really is just like what you're saying, Bernard, is just such a rich micro culture that is growing, and I love it, and I love the just again, just to kind of reiterate what you're saying, is just the it's like it's my sounding board now. It really is my place where I go, not only for like inspiration, but to say, hey, I need an honest critique that's not been sitting at my computer for the last half an hour or 2 hours or 6 months or whatever that's been drooling over this project, but also just the I hope genuine friendships that can develop, and definitely, I mean, just appreciation for just ever growing expressions of creativity, and I love seeing that. I love seeing that. It's like, man, I didn't know you could do this. Being exposed to so many high quality people in general, but just artists of all kinds is just like invaluable. And you guys are like my heroes, so I'm just getting a little weird, but I know, it's like that cool to me. It's like going to church for me. Like every time I go on a DVA, it's like these are the people who influence my life. These are the people who speak into my life and lead me in a good direction. They can really kind of help steer me away from like my pity parties, or help steer me away from thinking about just being too passive, or being too shallow, or or thinking about it too much. And so you guys are really I think these kinds of groups and this kind of vibe is so important, I think, for creative people, because I think that we can often, especially the freelancer, especially the entrepreneur that's doing everything himself and wearing all the hats, can feel very alone and feel very like, am I the only one not getting paid? Am I the only one that's waiting on that paycheck to come in? Am I the only one that is dealing with this problem or that problem? Or am I the only one that just had their MacBook Pro stolen? Or like dealing with just real life problems as well as specific things that creative people deal with every day. And so it in itself is like money. It really is.
Yep. And then also too, shout out to everyone who went to the meetup. Was that in New Jersey last week? I don't know if it was or not, but yeah, that was
it was Jersey.
Okay. Yeah.
I was mad I couldn't make it.
They had a better turnout than we had here in Cincinnati.
I know, right? I know.
Well, it was Philly and Jersey and, well, I can't even say Delaware because I didn't go, but it was Philly and Jersey that went. So
yeah,
it was still kind of dope that it was still a nice handful from Ohio in general, not even just Cincinnati came down.
Oh yeah, and then like Josh, VIP, man, the MVP guy who came all the way down, like 5-hour drive, like that really, like, and I'll say it again, like that really made me happy, like, blessed me beyond words, because I'm like golly, like, putting in the work to try to make something happen for the DVA family, and for him to drive 5 hours to spend a day to create and to be built into and to build into others was just like, that's amazing. And I'm longing for the day that we'll all be able to get together on even a grander scale. It's just a matter of just finding out when and how we're going to do it. I don't know, maybe we need to go on a cruise. How about that? We'll all just do a cruise?
I'm down with
Yeah,
that.
that'd be nice.
Yeah, that'd be pretty dope.
I'm with it. I'm going on one in February. I'm with it.
For real? Hey, let me ask you, how much it cost, Jason?
We're going on for a week, so I think it was $1,500, something like that.
And that's like food and drinks and everything?
That's everything. Everything's included on the cruise, man.
Other than alcohol.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't drink, so I have to worry about that.
Oh,
nice.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, man. Maybe I'll try to throw that in Fatima's ear and see what she has to say about it. But that would be dope, because if we're doing that, we're going to have to get started, like, saving now. Like, we would have to get, shout out to Samira. What up, girl?
How you guys doing?
Doing all right.
Good. I had to do this on the iPad because the computer was just like, I don't know. I kept on not hearing what you guys were saying for some reason. I don't know if it is the connection or something.
Okay. But yeah, we got to get Fatima probably to try to see about getting an agent for us, so that we can get like a deal. Like if we can get a bulk deal and get it for like a good price, maybe like, I don't know, $800, I think that would be something that would be a good investment.
Even a cruise that's a few days, like a weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, coming to port Monday. Like a cruise line can't help but they can't turn it down when it's over 50 people that's definitely gonna pay and come. That's money that they can't turn away.
Right.
Started talking about a cruise. I just noticed a whole bunch of people started joining.
The cruise pop up, everybody hop in like, hey,
yeah,
a cruise. Somebody said vacay.
That's dope. I
love DVA though, because I come in like some of the stuff I just would not notice that I did wrong or I can do better of doing, and it's kind of dope that I can actually go in and be like, somebody tell me if this looks right or not, or I need some feedback on this. So I love DVA.
Oh yeah.
And then helped me better my craft in general altogether. My mind state on doing business. Period.
I feel the same way. Ever since I've been with DBA, it's been the same way for me. It's that I can place my work, and I don't place my work in all the time because sometimes I feel like my work isn't good enough. I won't even put it in there because I'll be like, oh my God, I wonder what they'll say. But I go there for inspiration to look at everybody's work, and it definitely has made my work a lot better now. And now I feel more comfortable about doing it. Like when I put my logo in there, and you were like, "This was dope." That's what you said. I was like, "Oh yeah," I was over here doing the dance. Like, "Oh yeah." So I definitely am happy about being a part of the group too. I love it.
Yeah. Golly, man, this has been like the peak of the night so far. I mean, golly, how many people we got in here? I know we got 4 viewers and about 12 people. It looks like.
Awesome.
Yeah, golly, that's awesome. So I don't know who are the people that are watching, but if you just type your name or something, I don't know, I'll give you guys a shout out. I always love that. Let me see, Jermaine. Did Jermaine say that? Why does my stuff look so weird?
Bernard, when are you coming to the studio so we can get stuff together for that shirt line that you was talking about?
Oh yeah.
For the what?
For the little shirt. Was it Good God or Good with the?
Oh yeah, the Good. Yeah, I got it together with the owner of that because actually we have a couple new releases, new shirt releases coming up soon. So we're gonna definitely need some photos done like shortly. So I'll be reaching out to you probably probably no later than next Friday, not this Friday, but next week Friday. Get that popping.
Okay. I just got in contact with this other guy that owns a warehouse around the corner from the warehouse that I have my studio in. He's 2,500 square feet for $300 a month.
What?
Oh,
yes.
Wow.
He's trying to give me a half floor.
What?
Of one of the spots. One of the spots. He's trying to give me half of the floor. Right when you get off the freight elevator, he's basically gonna go 5 feet over this way and 5 feet over this way and put walls right there. And one of the sides I will have 2,500 square feet.
Dude, and how much a month? $300 a month. Dude, let me. Oh.
See, I've done so much work with him for the past couple of years, and he's on like his 4th house he bought here in the city, because there's a bunch of them were on the Camp Washington area and the Fairmount area, and he just got this one. And I walked through it, and he's building lofts up on the 4th floor. Each loft is gonna be like 1,200 square feet. Then he got a bedroom that's up on the third floor, down first and second floor, he's gonna be building rooms for creatives. So he like I went in there. He owns the hookah bar up in Clifton.
Yeah.
So I was in I was up there. He like, do you still have a studio? I'm like, yeah, I got a studio. I'm sharing it with somebody right now. He's like, so how much you paying a month? I say right now, me and him are paying $500 each a month for the studio that we have. And he was like, I can beat that. I'm like, meaning what? He say, well, I just got a new warehouse. We getting everything together. So by the time after the winter rolls, he's like, we can sign a contract right now, and I give it to you for $300 a month. I'm like, how much? How much room you think you gonna need? So I just threw it out there like a little over $1,500. He said, hey, okay, I just gave you $2,500. I just giggle like, okay. He said, no, like seriously. So I'm like, okay, let me come and look at the studio space. I get there, like, and it's dope, and you can actually see the city skyline from the studio on one side, and on the other side you see the street of Beacon. It's like literally, it's a great location. On top of that, it's like 4 minutes off the expressway. Can't beat that at all. So he said that I'm still kind of shocked because I don't know what's going on. So about time the beginning of the year, I should know if he's actually up to work.
That's awesome.
$300 a month, nobody can pass that up for anything that you do.
Wow, that is awesome. So what are you going to use the space for? Just your studio space?
Yeah, just for all my photography stuff. And I'm not gonna use all that space for photography, so I'll definitely be adding some more stuff in there. I've been in contact with a few people from the DAP program at UC, and they're trying to just throw keys just so I can go ahead and sign off papers that they help me out. I say, okay, well, I don't think I'm doing that much work yet to be just getting that, but it's coming together the way that I actually set out my 5-year plan to be, and I just pray everything goes right, especially with the studio.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Okay, I'm back. My bad, guys. Froze up there, but it's cool.
I'm back as well.
You missed the whole story. What's wrong with you?
I had this interesting client call, but it was a good call. It was a good client. Very nice overall project, and the guy's a good guy. He's the ideal client in a weird way. One, he didn't go nuts at the price I quoted him, so that's always a good thing.
It's always great.
It was a higher quoted project. I mean, I don't mind telling you guys. So it was a $2,000 project, and it was some motion graphics design, but it was also a little bit of video editing, and it was a solid project, and it's been good to work on it because this guy's very clear about what he wants. He is not dealing in vagaries and abstractions and I'll know it when I see it or any of that. It's that he's very clear, and he gave me a lot of creative control and freedom over the execution of everything. He gave me the specifics that need to be specific. He gave me a storyboard to work with, and he gave me all the text that needed to be animated, and that's rare when you get somebody that's that clear, but that's the client you want. But I'm also finding that when you charge a certain price, that's the client you get.
Now let me ask you this, because that's all good and dandy, but I'm picking up that it sounds like you started doing the work before you got the pay, or did you?
No, I broke it up. I broke it up into I do phases, and you pay for phases attached to deliverables. The first phase is an installment, and so then I'm on the hook for a deliverable for that. And then the second phase is, well, now we're executing on this first thing that we talked about or discussed or mapped out, and we're doing that. Or if I did something, it's okay. That's definitely, so that's either an upfront on that, or it's an after effect on phase 2. And then phase 3 is final delivery and production. So that's okay. It depends on, what the project is there, and how comfortable I am with the person to say whether they pay up front on the third payment or whether I get that at the very end of delivering the files. So that's how I do it. I actually talked about that in a video.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering about that because I know some people have different methods in how they deal with client payment, and especially when it comes to a certain amount, in which and also the work. But I know it's kind of separate. But people pay. You should pay for what you're going to get, and you shouldn't give people so much for so little. But I think it's in part because people are scared that they're going to get the no, or they're going to scare the potential client away. But like how you said, when you get that ideal client, that dream client of yours, it makes it so much easier.
Yeah. So what I did in this particular case was to take on the project, my deposit that also counts toward the kill fee was $500 for phase 1, which was basically just doing the bare minimums of putting this thing together, taking in the files, assemble it, talking through him with it, and my time for that. I did the execution of it in a decent turnaround of what for me was like a couple of hours spread out over the course of 2 days to just wrap my head around it and to get the resources I needed. And then I got it back to him. We went through a revision process. He's actually paying the, and we did that today because this was we're talking about, getting all the files from him, getting the call Thursday, agreeing to the job, him getting the files together by Friday, giving me a weekend to go over everything and put together any questions I have, us talking through it Monday, me working through it Monday and Tuesday, and then us doing final revisions today, and even just finishing up literally the 95% of that just now. And tomorrow is pretty much collecting all of because he got my invoice already for phase 2, which the only reason he's not paying it right now is because he's going to sleep. But he's going to pay that first thing in the morning, and then when we wrap up in the afternoon, phase 3 is in my pocket, so that's done. So that was how I did it with him, and that's kind of how I typically go about it is I tie the deliverables for 3 phases of execution, or however many phases the project is. If it's something bigger, I tie a price point to every part of the execution of it. If we were doing like a logo design, that would be the first phase would be the creative and concept and the consulting. So that's basically, hey, this deposit's non-refundable because I took on the job and I took hours out of time that I could give to other clients or to my own brand to start talking to you about this and to do the research and to do all that stuff. So you're paying that part, and it could be a third, or it could be whatever I think the creative fee is, because what if they want to see a crazy amount of options? I usually talk them out of that, but if they want to see a crazy amount of options, I'm making them pay more for it, right? Or if I determine that in the conversation of me doing what I call, before we go to the client brief, I give a client an interview. I vet them to see if I'm even going to work with them. We have a conversation to say, do I like your project, and do I feel comfortable working with you? And I kind of let them know up front that I might not take on the project, that it's it has to be that we're a good fit. They respect me more for that, and they also realize right off the bat that they can't get away with certain things. So I would preface that with anybody, if you're not doing that, maybe you think about what that feels like or sounds like for you. And some people, again, you just have to do it in a way and be very open, and it depends on your personality. It doesn't come off as pretentious or being a diva. It comes off of you respecting yourself but also respecting your other clients. If a client bulks at my prices, I tell them that's what my other clients are paying. And in fact, considering what your project is, this is actually me actually going a little lower than I would usually price this particular project at, because I want to work with you. So, that's what it is. But if we can't do that, or if we can't pare down the work to something else that you can afford, tell me what you can afford, and I will pare down the project to what what can accommodate your situation, because I can't deliver on what you're asking for at this price, because then I'm being unfair to my other clients, and I can't sleep with that. I can't sleep if I do that. And when I say that, they respect me more because they realize I'm keeping my integrity and I'm trying to do the right thing. So I would say if you're getting resistance, explain to them that other people are paying this, and they start feeling a little insecure about that. And I'm not saying that to be manipulative. I'm just saying that's the fact. Is when you say, well, that's what everybody else is paying, then you start to question where you at in your business if you can't afford what other people are investing in their business. And they've seen who your clients are because they saw your portfolio. So now, again, they're like, okay, that's what it costs. And if I want this, everyone says that that's what you pay to get this. They start to feel more comfortable with what you're saying and less comfortable with what they're saying. And then when you say, well, I can do less than this for this price, then they start to feel, well, wait, what value do I want? They start thinking, wait, do I want, that 27-inch iMac, or do I want the 21? Wait a minute. And, that's how I would say that works out.
Right. Anyone else have any input, anything, insight, wisdom, gems, questions?
I want to ask everybody kind of like a question. I want to ask, like, what is everybody struggling with right now?
Well, I'll start off. My own personal struggle is finding the balance between my work life and my personal life, because I'm a single father. I keep my daughter, she's 4 years old. I keep her 100% of the time, and I don't mind doing that at all. But as being a freelancer or my own company, doing that full time, this is my income, finding the balance to shut everything off and to say, okay, it's time for me to be the dad that my daughter needs, instead of being the dad who is just dragging my daughter around,
Right.
meeting with people after 5 o'clock. She's sitting at meetings. She's bored out of her mind sometimes. I give her the iPad. Just finding the balance and finding the time to rest and say, I'm done. I'm shutting down. I'm not doing nothing else designing today.
I
That's my struggle
I
too,
did a
yeah.
blog about that.
Yeah, that's my struggle as well.
Time
So
management.
I did a vlog about that because that's my same struggle, but it's not to the same extent. But I found an answer. I'm like, because I know I suck at this. So what I did, and what I would say in your situation especially, is I'd say audit yourself, man. Like, literally look at like how you do spend your time and audit it, and look at things that you might need to give to somebody else or ask for help with, but also look at things that you could stop doing or that you could get faster at in like a week or 2 weeks or even a day, and double down and do what it takes to get faster at that, so you get back more of that time, so that you don't necessarily give that to the hustle. You give that time back to your daughter, or you give that time back to yourself by taking those things off. Like for some of your social media stuff, building your brand's important. I use some automation tools. I'll tell you what I use. I use Buffer for one thing to schedule a lot of my tweets. You see that I have tweets that go out quite often. I can automate that and say that that's still legit to do, because I'm putting out, one, information that's helping other people, but two, it's generating a conversation that I'll have in real time later, because then someone will like or favorite that thing, and then I can reach out to them, or they'll follow me, and we can build that relationship. But they need the interaction of me giving the value up front first. And when everyone challenges me on set or says, well, man, I feel like you're being a little spammy, or I see that you're automating tweets, and like Gary Vee said, don't do that, I was like, no, I'm giving value, because those videos that I'm throwing out that I have auto retweeting and stuff like that, or not retweeting, but auto tweeting in Buffer, are giving somebody else an answer they may not have, and you might be seeing it right now again for the third time, but the guy in Bangladesh who needs it is seeing it for the first time. So I need you to respect what his situation is, and just kind of live with it, because that value needs to be given to somebody else, and then I can start a conversation with them. And whenever I give that answer, no one's ever come back to me and with a negative on that. They said, you know what, I respect it, or that makes sense. So find something you can automate. If it's video stuff, like get faster at it, pare it down, or cut back just a little bit on the quality or something so that it renders faster, whatever you need to do. If you feel that like there's things that you can, look, phone calls with clients, literally always put them in a position where you tell them you have a limited amount of time and run a clock, run a timer, and when that time is up, you give them only 60 seconds more for you to close off correctly with them and say that I can call you later in the day or send me an email. But give yourself time constraints and you'll hold to them. If you give yourself 30 minutes to do something, I guarantee you it might be a struggle the first week, but you'll learn to get it done in 30 minutes. You give yourself 10, you give yourself 15, that's what'll happen. So I would say audit yourself, hold yourself accountable to your time, and give yourself a mandate of I want to give this much time back to my daughter, I want to give this much time back to myself, and you will take other things off the table or you will get faster if you have that goal of I need 4 hours back in my day for my kid. You'll get it.
Right. Right. It kind of confirms what I was kind of telling the guys earlier today when I was saying, like, you know, I need to start going back to a more rigid schedule. You know, like just, again, sitting down and treating what I do like a real business, like without the punch in and punch out, but figuratively speaking, it's like, you know, at certain times of the day, this is when I break for my lunch, you know, or this is what I do the first hour of me, you know, getting my day started when it comes to my work life. And then when 5 o'clock comes, it's like, you know, I shut it off. And unless it's an emergency, then I will maybe do like an evening meeting, but shutting that down to maybe like once a week.
I would say even if you don't go rigid, go to a range of time saying that these are quote-unquote studio hours. So maybe these are hours that you do the artwork that's going to keep your creativity flowing and keep your mind state right so that you can execute. Yeah. And maybe you have hours that are the hours that you take meetings. And maybe you have hours that are your open periods, your free period. Like when you were in school, like you had like a free period, you know? Like you might have this time in between classes. You give that self that period as, I can do anything with this time. I can hustle harder with this 2-hour block, or I can, you know, go do something with my kid for this 2-hour block, or I can take a meeting, or I could work out. You know, you give yourself those blocks of, like, here's open time, here's time that's dedicated to this. Like you can give yourself even marketing time, like I do. I give myself marketing time, which is whatever I'm going to do. So it might be, okay, this is going to be marketing time to write some content. This might be marketing time to record the podcast. This might be time to shoot a video. So what does that hour of marketing time look like? So I would say give yourself not so much a schedule, but a routine that fits all of your agenda as a whole and that you can shift where you need to. And just, I would say, block it out to how much time do you want to give to something first, and then worry about what the consistency, get consistent about the amount of time, and then find what's comfortable, like what's your energy peak at a certain time of day, or when do you get hungry, or when does your kid get home, and you optimize based on trying it and experimenting, but making sure that the amount of time is the right amount of time that it takes to do something. The process takes what it takes, and then when you figure that out, then you start to lock it in, and then you just grow from there and experiment, because if you get faster, you'll need less time to do certain things, so you can either take that time back or you can put it somewhere else.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm
Bernard,
also giving that advice.
Yeah. Bernard, I have a question. So what I did was I was having the same problems, and I just had my daughter 9 months ago. So it's really been a struggle for me because now she's trying to crawl and everything. So it has been so bad. So what I decided to do was I decided to basically kind of bring someone else on my team. I don't know if you are able to do that or not, but I was able to do that, and that's actually helped free up some of my workload. I did a test trial with her. What I basically did was use one of my clients that I get a lot of business from, and I had her design something that I was already supposed to be doing, and I had her design it, and then I sent it to my client. They were like, "Oh, I love it. You're the best," you know. So they didn't even notice that it wasn't me. So I wanted to make sure that her quality was the same, and it's been good because now I can start promoting myself more, because that was my trouble. It was like I could do less of promoting myself because the majority of my business is word of mouth. but I wanted to be able to reach out to multiple people. Like I started doing ads, and I noticed when I did an ad, I got almost 2,000 views on it, and I only paid like $10 for that, all through my business page. So that's what I pretty much did, because it's hard because I have 3 kids. I have 3, but the smallest one is home with me. So that's what I did. I don't know if that's an option for you, maybe.
Yeah, I'm trying to expand with, you know, kind of like outsourcing to a degree. See if that would kind of like, you know, help out, you know, because for people who know, like they know that like I love to help people out, you know, especially my designer friends. You know, it's like as soon as I hear a lead or if I find out something that I can't do that I can pass on to someone else, I'll do it in a heartbeat, you know, and try to, you know, make people's lives better. So yeah, I'll try to take that route a little more seriously.
Also, reach out to the community you built or communities you're participating in. You never know who might really just want to like take a look at what you're doing and saying, I want to help this person do more. So they might be willing to take something off your plate or help you or do a trade with you. Because as a business person, outsourcing your weaknesses sounds great until it's time to do payroll. And because as most of you are solopreneurs, you know what that struggle looks like. You know that as long as it might look like you're making good money because to other people because you're your own boss. So they would say, well, you know, we don't like doing spec work, so why would we ask for favors or do this or do that? But the reality is, and the reality even of some of our own small business clients is, it looks good on paper to make a certain amount of money. That's optics. That's, you know, marketing. Like the lifestyle and the Macs or the PCs or whatever we have makes it look like, you know, we've got all this design loot that we've made from being our own boss, when we all know that that's not the reality. The reality is taxes. The reality is the upkeep. The reality is the Adobe subscription. So when we can all work together, and it could be, well, hey, maybe I trade some of my like marketing chops for like helping you build an email list for you helping me with my rebranding. We have to be, you know, open to building those relationships and doing those deals with each other, because the only way we'll get ahead and get to that actual lifestyle of being in a position to have payroll and employees is by helping each other get there.
Right.
Yeah, I like that idea too. Yeah, most definitely. I have that with my mentor, but he's in the group, but he doesn't come on a lot. His name is Anthony of Starving Artist. I'm sure you guys might have seen him in the group sometimes. He's my mentor, and he's helped me a lot with that. I just know that his workload is, he has a lot on his plate because he has his own design studio. So I've been reaching out to the group a little bit more, but I've been trying to build those relationships that you were speaking about, and I guess for that purpose. So I think that's a great idea.
I actually assist Herman from the group a lot. He outsources to me on a consistent, like really consistent, because he has like 3 other jobs. So yeah, reach within the group, man. There's a lot of people that can help, definitely.
And again, yeah, people pass each other work. That happens all the time. It's like, you know, if my workload is a little insane, or I get a client that I know is not meeting like where I need to be at now, as far as, wait, I can't take on these many projects or these many hours and then do the stuff that I'm doing. So I'll have to take a project that's at this place instead of at this place. So this place is still really good for somebody else that I might know right now. And not because we're not as good as each other, but maybe just that they just don't have the project load right now, or they have more time in general. Then that's great for me to, you know, be in a position to do that. The client gets what they need, and that other designer friend, you know, gets something on their plate that they really want, versus me taking on one more thing that might, you know, spell disaster for me by overloading.
I'm going to go ahead and log off, guys. It was great. I'm going to try to get these kids to bed because they don't want to go back to sleep. And I'm going to let Chris come on and take my spot because he said it was full. So, yeah. So, I will talk to you guys later. It was great. I learned a lot today.
Have a good night.
Thanks.
Bye, Cece.
Bye. See ya.
All right, I guess I'll send an invite to Chris. I didn't know it was full. the thing.
I didn't know there was like a limit to Hangouts on air.
Yeah, I think it cuts out at I think 10, but then it's like you can have unlimited viewers.
Hmm.
Because that links out to YouTube, because it's like this is streaming live on YouTube right now.
Right.
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, if there was another group chat that was like better than this, I would definitely use it. But I mean, this is the best I've seen. That's for free, you know.
Right. They have a business edition version. And I think that might be free too, but I think it has some other features. I think you can pay for it and unlock other things. I'd have to look at that.
Didn't know that exists.
Yeah.
Cool.
There's also this thing called Webinar Jam. I don't know if any of you are doing webinars yet, but Webinar Jam would let you put a Google Hangout on air, be invite only. You could capture email addresses in exchange for getting into it, and you can put it behind a paywall. So you could promote it in advance, and people would actually have to pay for the webinar, like how like some schools charge for that kind of thing, or
Right.
companies do for training seminars. If you wanted to get into that market, Webinar Jam is like $300-400 a year. But if you think about it, if you have the kind of audience where you think you could even get 30 people to like do your 1 hour, 2 hour webinar of online training or mentorship, and they even paid $20 or $30, that one webinar like makes you a considerable amount of money up front right there. It pays for itself like the first time you do it. And then if you did it at a certain point, you could turn that really into like a $10K a month revenue stream if you really wanted to.
Dang, that would be nice.
I mean, you gotta think about it. If you were doing like what a lot of places online do, they charge about $40 or $50 for a paid webinar. Some of you have been to those webinars before, but you gotta think if you fill up 100 seats for a $50 webinar, then that's $5,000. If you did 2 webinars a month, or you charged for the replay as a download to everyone who didn't attend it,
right?
Then that's an easy like 10K model if you have the funnel for that type of audience, or there's a demand for whatever you're talking about or what your training is or what you're teaching. So that's what it is. And that could be anything from Photoshop to teaching freelancing to teaching graphic design, entrepreneurship, whatever you want to do. But that becomes a 10K a month business model, and that obviously scales into a 6-figure business model. But that's on top of if you had productizing to do to market yourself on top of that, because you could sell a product or pre-sell a product or promote a product through that as an add-on, and then you could easily take that to being like something insane.
Okay.
That's, by the way, that's a prediction. That's a future thing that I'm probably gonna do.
Oh, as far as like a video blog, or are you talking about yourself personally, or are you gonna go and set up?
Oh, I'm gonna actually do that. I'm doing free webinars as it is right now, and even when I do paid webinars, I'll continue to do that. But I'm doing free webinars once a month right now for an hour plus a Q&A, and not only it's creating great value for other people, but the other upside of that is when I do start doing paid webinars down the road, people already know the legitimacy of it, and they can vet it because it's like, well, here's these other 10 ones he did for free, and they were good. I wonder how good the paid one's going to be. In general, that's a good way to market yourself, even as a designer. If you gave away like a web template that was your baseline, web template, then that is a funnel if you're a web designer for selling your paid templates in something like ThemeForest or Envato for $50, but and making passive income there, and then also upselling on the support for that. But then you could also, because you did such a really good theme, and it says, well, he has 5,000 sales in Envato, he's that good. When you want to charge $3,000 or $5,000 for a web design, people will understand and believe that, and then people who don't want to pay for that will still be using a free template that you put out there, which is then adding your legitimacy, there, and then at the end of the day, you still have your sales. So as a designer, some of the things people forget is we get so caught up in the service industry part, we forget that we can create multiple streams of income or that we can productize. We get hung up on, we hate, and I do hate on Fiverr for the $5 designs, but I won't tell a person. I will tell a person, if you're going to do $5, $10, $20 logo design, here's what you do. You turn it into a product, and you put it out there as a paid download, and you sell 1,000 of them, having done the work once, and sit back, because then the ROI on your time for doing an hour's worth of work at $5 is not $5 an hour now. Now that 1 hour of work made you $5,000, and you're just doing this. You do that 100 times. What's that look like? So if you're going to do it, that's the thing to do it. Or if there's a design you did and you're like, wow, I hate this, or it's crappy, or a client didn't approve it, look at how you recycle that, turn that into a digital asset, sell it in a stock photo site, and call it a day, and then you have another revenue stream.
Right.
I noticed in your videos and right there on your desk, the field notes.
Yep.
From Aaron Draplin, which is I think exactly what you're talking about. Is like here's a product, something that I use all the time anyway. But now it's like he'd make money off of that thing just because it's actually a physical product that people can buy, and the download really is kind of the same deal. It's just like here's the work that I've done.
Lower overhead though.
Yeah. And that's great. I'm really interested in that kind of stuff, and I like hearing what you're saying. It's like it does. I mean, like fonts. Fonts are like. I mean, we love our fonts, and like I just bought one on the creative marketplace for like $15.
I just bought a bundle of stuff. Like I think I paid like $40, and it had a bunch because it had a bunch of fonts.
Yeah, but then I realized it's got 10,000 downloads. Times $15. Like whoever made this font's a genius. And it's like, why am I not doing this?
I keep telling the people at Adobe, and I keep tweeting it at the Adobe Illustrator account, like, okay, CC 2016, CC 2017. I did it for 15 too, but that didn't come. I'm like, even if you have to build a bolt-on app for Illustrator, give me native font creation in Adobe Illustrator right now, and then let me sell it in the Adobe Marketplace, please, or let me sell it in Fotolio, or let me sell it in Adobe Stock, please, because you will make money, I will make money, we will get people into fonts again, fall in love with making fonts again, please, 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 because I think we all get rich at that point if we're any good at font stuff. But,
yeah. Trust me, you're gonna find somebody that's gonna like it. I mean, there's too many people out there who loves fonts, and somebody's gonna come across, and even if it's $1 for a download, they're gonna download. You're gonna make some money. You will make money.
I think if you did do a font for $1, that you'd make $1 million a lot very quickly. I don't care what font it is, but of the $1 font.
I have one of my professors actually create a font for Adobe, and he's all set for life. He's not even supposed to, like, if he doesn't want to, he doesn't even have to be teaching at school. So he's getting
he has the royalty.
Yeah, he has the royalty. So he tells me every month I get a check. So I'm doing this because I love it, but this font that I create, that I design, is just basically that's it. Like, I'm all set for life. And he's really old and everything. And if you see the car that he drives, it's just like a really old-fashioned car. And I'm like, you had the money, the luxury to do it, and he's still like, yeah, but
it's just not who he is, I guess.
I know, and it's just crazy. And the things that he designs, like, he's an illustrator, and the things that he designs are crazy. I'll probably put a link on it so you guys could see his work. But yeah, it will be amazing to create something and get a check every month, and you'll be basically all set for life.
You can, and in a lot of cases you do. I mean, I don't know how many of you are on YouTube, but it's like, I mean, it's not a huge check. In fact, it's in theory compared to other things, it's one of the smaller checks. But I get a check from YouTube every month for things like that I create. Now I can't live off of that YouTube check, but it's not insignificant. The check from Amazon is actually a bigger one, I would say. And that's actually not even for my products. That's for like Aaron Draplin's like field notes and stuff like that. Amazon affiliate marketing is really good. If you're a web designer, be an affiliate marketing partner for every web hosting company, and get those, like, if Bluehost is a really good one. If people sign up, because Bluehost is prepaid, if people sign up for like even a basic Bluehost account, they give you $100. Now, granted, they write that check like 30 or 60 days after the person they're for sure that they got the money. But if you signed up, like even if you don't get 10 web design clients, but you signed up 10 people to start their own website because you recommended them to Bluehost, you made $1,000 and you didn't do any real work other than make a recommendation. So that's another way, especially you don't have to be a web designer. You can be a marketer, you can be a designer and make that recommendation, and you can do that and be an affiliate, but that's an example of something you can do right there. So I would definitely recommend do that, but don't limit yourself to like one. There are like 10 different web hosting companies that do affiliate programs. You could advocate for any and all of them because people are going to get what they want anyway, but if they get it through you, then you get something. So, I would say that's a thing. But then also, make your own, take your designs that you don't like, productize them, someone else will like them, sell them in all the stock photo sites, and make that money in your sleep, do that, because what you think is crap is exactly what somebody needs, or what you think, oh, well, anybody can make a Penrose triangle. Somebody just needs to download it right now. Maybe they're not even a designer, or maybe they are, or maybe they're a beginner, or maybe they're a production person working the 9-to-5 in-house, and they're like, I'm not getting paid enough hourly for creativity. I'm just going to download stuff, on the company's credit, with the company's credits, and do that. And then you start winning that game of getting to decide what clients you want, because when you have enough other streams of income outside of just your design services work, to where you're doing that $1,000, $2,000 a month without having to do a single design, you get a little bit more flexibility in knowing that you can vet your clients, or you can raise your prices and not worry about taking a loss in volume because you have something else to supplement it. So, that's a difference, and I would say to, figure that out.
Bro, that knowledge. Woo.
You can just drop the mic.
Dropping gems right now, man.
Well, I'm I'm a designer, but it's only like, for me, it's visual problem solving. But I can take that same brain and go biz dev, or I can go to like the video editing stuff with it, or to the technical stuff with the hardware. Like you guys see, like I'm the gadget guy, So I just apply that same thought process, the same creativity that it takes to draw something, to anything, whether it's marketing or biz dev. I just use the same artistic mentality of solving that problem creatively. So, I mean, if there's anything you guys ever want to ask a question about for the marketing or branding stuff, or for business development, or how do you productize, or how do you take something you're doing and make passive income or make money off of it, just ask me anytime, reach out to me, and, I'll be happy to help you out with that.
Roberta, do you think that by also creating these things, like having your own products out there, or even just the recommendations that are with the affiliate programs and stuff, or even like just like how I discovered you through YouTube, just another social network, that the stuff that you give away on there, and a lot of it, like what you're talking about tonight, is just knowledge, and it's just really, really great stuff that you're giving away for free, and I so appreciate it. But it also, like, for me, it's like if I would have come across you as a client, I know like it changes the perception, I guess, quite a bit. Like I perceive you as an authority over somebody else who maybe isn't on YouTube, or isn't doing some of the things that you're doing, or like just like having the. So do you think like having products out there that are being sold, even if they're on other market stores, how they do that, will help that kind of that perception again, like kind of one of the ideas that kind of helped kind of bring up this whole this whole hangout conversation was kind of the way that designers get seen a lot, or treated, or the behaviors that are very that seem to be very different from like anybody else. Like I don't haggle with my cell phone company over the price, but people do that with me all day long. And so
people don't haggle with their lawyer to get out of a ticket.
Right, yeah, exactly. And so
I
there's
want this result. This is what it's going to cost, or my
Yeah.
insurance is going to go up with the value. Okay.
right. And my hope is that how do I get to a place where people perceive me that way? How do I get to a place where like you know, I can really stand behind my work, but the perception is like I don't know what I'm talking about, or really just they don't care. They don't see me as an authority in my industry. And
There's there's a psychological and a historical answer to that, and the reality and the truth is historically, visibility and loudness count for everything, and we know that from marketing and history because we even know it with technology. And we know that that's why people try to be first in the market and first to market. We know that's why everyone cheats and uses red in outdoor, out-of-home advertising because they immediately is first priority in visual sensory data. Red immediately has that level of contrast, and we know it, and we boom, and it pops. And so that's a cheap trick that we all know as designers, right? But psychologically, why does it work? Because it goes to first in priority, so we know speed, loudness, and visibility count. But then how do you translate that digitally? Well, in a very noisy world, there are secrets and tricks to getting noticed and being heard more. Frequency is one of them, like constantly putting out stuff that is valuable, that people will search for, that people do care about, that people will compliment and take seriously over and over. So it's like when people tell me, how can you afford to give away so much value for free? It's how can I afford not to? How can I afford not to take the time to influence the conversation of my industry or to establish my point of view beyond somebody else's, especially if I think my point of view is more helpful than harmful versus someone else's? How can I not have that conversation? How can I not take advantage of the opportunity to impact another human being and build that human capital, that human equity? How, and then also on my part, it's also the humility to know that, you know, the time and that's a part of the process of the work. I think that even doing like this hangout here versus the time that I could be finishing wrapping up a project, I still think it's important because I see all of you at some point influencing the conversation of design. And then that means that in having a connection with you, I've grown the influence of the conversation of design beyond myself, also in whatever I've helped you with and instilled in you. And then even in just building you up, that's an accomplishment in me. If I told you one thing that makes you more successful, whether I ever see a copper of it in equity, I know that in karmic equity and personally that I can take pride in that fact. So in my mind, I can't not afford to do that, because not affording to do that would be saying to me that I'm not a winner, because a winner can give away value all day long. A winner can take a loss on time, on profit, can leave money on the table, because at the end of the day, a winner is a winner. If I've won 1,000 times, one loss is not heartbreaking to me, because I could lose 100 more times and it's only affected my one. It's brought me from 100% to 99, and who the heck has 99? So it's a matter of adapting a winner's mentality versus a losing mentality, which the majority of people have and creatives have, because in their humility they doubt themselves and they become self-deprecating, and they think, well, who am I to speak on this? And instead of thinking, like, if I can be helpful in any way, and there's probably someone somewhere that this would help, let me do that. Instead of looking at that, they're beating themselves up instead of just looking to build up someone else. So for me, it came down to me 10 years ago needed who I am today, and that person didn't exist. So I have to do that in respect of where I came from and how hard it was. And in my mind, I didn't start any of what I did to be an authority or to be successful. It was specifically that I'm putting out what I would have liked to have had myself. I'm filling a void that wasn't filled for me. And in some cases that was filled for me, so I'm paying that forward and respecting where I came from and remembering that if nobody, maybe nobody was there as a mentor in design, but you know what? My mom supported everything that I wanted to do. She supported when I shifted from wanting to be an animator to a designer and helping me get whatever I needed for access to that. My grandmother bought us the first family computer in AOL when I was 13, which is where I learned coding and where I got my start on the Adobe applications. One of my people when I was younger and I was in the church, they took me on as an apprentice photographer because they saw I loved photography and I was always taking pictures, and that got me access to Photoshop and Premiere Pro early on, and that made a difference in my life. So the framework of what I was going to do to be successful was because other people invested in me. So how dare I not invest in somebody else? So that mentality is a mentality of abundance and winning versus the scarcity of I can't enable other people to compete with me. That's how other people think. That's how people older than us think. That's who my former bosses and agency people and everyone who told me like 2 years ago that I was wrong about everything and that I was going to fail and that you should drown your competition in the bathtub, not lift them up. All those people are like, scratching their head now and saying they were wrong about everything. Why? Because now they're seeing all these people. They're seeing the Gary Vaynerchuks of the world. They're seeing the Guy Kawasaki's of the world tell them that they're wrong and I'm right. But I was right because I had the mentality all along. And now people just with a higher profile than me that are 10 down the road that are more successful are saying the same things that I was telling them before either of us read their books or saw their keynotes or saw them on whatever. It's now becoming a cultural thing. Everyone's catching up. But people who were in their right frame of mind, people who were there to begin with, were there a decade ago or 2 decades ago because none of this is new. Social media isn't even new. It doesn't exist. It's just that social media is a communication platform for word of mouth and for the recommendations. My friends were buying camera gear on my recommendation before I ever got on YouTube. All of us, somebody told us that Adobe was the way to go. Somebody told us that Macs or PCs, they influenced that conversation of how we were going to spend our dollars, invest our time, what resources were appropriate to our thing. People recommended fonts to us. That's been around for hundreds upon hundreds of years, thousands of years, but now the conversation is not being had face-to-face in the same room. It's face-to-face from across the world, across the goal, and not even one-on-one, but 1 to 10 at scale, or 1 to 1,000, or 1 to 10,000, and now the diversification of the platform now allows anyone like you or me or anyone else to do what anyone else who's on network television to do with YouTube, and then we can democratize things that way because you don't have to have this money or this production team or this permission from a gatekeeper to look. The whole print industry got completely disrupted. Editing houses, publishers are dead in the water. If you're a traditional publisher, even if the only card you have to play the leverage is stacking the deck for the bestsellers list, and Amazon is going to make that irrelevant eventually, and that's the only thing a publisher can offer you right now is, look, I can throw a bunch of money up front for your book deal as far as giving you an advance on this, and I can work my contacts to pre-sell you or get a bulk order into this store so that you end up on this bestsellers list. That's the only card they have left to play because a 19-year-old kid who will get rejected by, whichever publishing company. And I have nothing against the publishing companies because, I love what they've done, but I'm saying that there's a new business model that they have to look at, and I know they're scrambling, and they have to create more value, and that means for them, they're going to have to leave money on the table, and they've got so much infrastructure and so much investment that they can't afford to leave money on the table, so they're stuck, and it's what happened to the print advertising industry as well, and why so many of them went out of business. So I would say that the problem is that now it's not a problem for creators like us, it's a problem for the infrastructure and for establishment media. Its struggle is the fact that now the means of production are affordable to the consumer and the quality gap is almost insignificant. When you watch my videos on your HD TV on YouTube, the difference between that and what you're watching from for any television network that's not in 4K yet, there's no gap. 1080p is 1080p. And if there's a gap, it's 10 to 15% in quality. Give me another 6 months to go ahead and get 2 new studio lights and a couple of new lenses, and the gap will be gone because my production values will be there because the cost of it was not that significant to scale up to that. A little bit of investment, a couple $100 here or $1,000 there, cuts that curve, and that's for everybody. So if the average person could save up $3,000 to $5,000 and compete with a television network, which they can now, because PewDiePie and other YouTubers are doing it. There are YouTubers whose individual videos get more views than syndicated television shows. That is a fact. and the monetization attached to that is still disproportionate in favor of the establishment. But when advertisers decide to stop being romantic, and when the heads of ad and media buying companies are no longer the 50 and 60-year-olds that they are now, but are us and our contemporaries, and then also people in the younger millennial demographic, as they will be in the next 10 and 20 years, those dollars, those millions of dollars, will shift out of traditional and over into digital, and a lot of people are going to lose big because they're being romantic and they're doing what they've known for the last decade in a world where what you knew 2 years ago is irrelevant. So I hope I answered your question in the sense of you become an authority by acting like an authority.
Yeah, definitely. That's all very good, very helpful.
There are 19-year-old kids on the bestsellers list. I know I personally met 2 weeks ago an 18-year-old that launched four print magazines. She's 18 years old, and she's launched 4 print magazines that are nationally syndicated. Her name is Ocean Pleasant. She's the CEO of Real Media and Real Teen Magazine, Origin Magazine, and 2 other publications. And she's also a singer with an album out on iTunes and a music video out on Vivo on top of it. And she's only 18. That's not going to be an uncommon story over the next 5 years. It's not. And that's just what it is. If I was going to throw out practical execution, I would say, what are you doing to market yourself right now?
Gosh, I mean, outside of just starting once again to promote and show my work and tweeting and networking, that's pretty much it. Like that's where I have the time to do. That's what I have time to do.
When you're creating your own digital artwork, are you recording it?
Sometimes I do. I actually have a couple of videos where I use Google Hangouts and I show myself creating a poster, and then I did a speed art version of it. Like I downloaded it, put it in Premiere Pro, and then just
do the speed art videos. But one thing I would say is do screen recorded speed art videos the same way you would like a regular tutorial.
Yeah.
Are you on Mac or PC?
Mac.
You can do it one of 2 ways. You can, if you're not going to like do a voiceover, just use QuickTime and record what you're doing, and then speed it up in Premiere Pro, and add the music track, and then you're done. If you're going to do artwork or you're going to do a project, you might as well record and document some of the process, and then you have the option of promoting it. You also could take all that speed art and you could make and then you can get one of the After Effects templates from Envato, and you can combine your speed art and your finished products, and you can make a sizzle reel to promote yourself and your work, and then you pretty much have a commercial for your graphic design and digital art.
Right.
And that's a really effective marketing tool for you. And you could make that your YouTube channel trailer, or you could even put some AdWords money behind it and actually promote it as an ad and put it out there, or put it as a video in Facebook as a Facebook dark post and then promote and boost that, and then bring in some clients. Or you could even put it into a slide deck, because you can put videos into PDF presentations, and you could put out a slide deck portfolio in LinkedIn and send that link out, and you could also tweet it, and you could automate a tweet with your video quote-unquote sizzle reel that also links to your portfolio through like an annotation or something like that. And you could auto-tweet that with like Buffer for free, and every 2 hours that could be out with hashtags that you would think clients would look at, and then you could create a marketing pipeline as far as lead gen that way.
What's the name of that? You said Buffer?
Yeah, Buffer. Type in Buffer app. And Buffer is a scheduler for social media for scheduling your post. And you can do that for Facebook, Twitter, I believe Pinterest, LinkedIn. I think that's it right now.
Yeah, I'm up on it right now, buffer.com.
Yep.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna finish that up later tonight and start using that. Because that's one thing I was sharing earlier that I noticed is that I was getting more business through networking and through really dedicating and taking the time to promote and to market myself, and now that you're mentioning about Buffer and these other automated services, I'm like, okay, well, that takes, killing two birds with one stone with my time, so.
And use, for listening, use TweetDeck. So what TweetDeck does is you can monitor multiple social media accounts, or you can monitor hashtags, or you can monitor even your favorite people and see what they're saying in a timeline thread. This could be useful because then you can look at hashtags where you might want to jump in, where someone says they need help with something, and then you're able to jump in, and that could be clients, it could be other designers. There's opportunities there. So you can do that. Or if there's something is going on in the design community as far as resources, you might be able to see that, and then it's like, oh, okay, I can see all these resources that designers are throwing out. It's like, okay, cool. Or, oh, here's an interesting article by writing that, like looking at the hashtag, and you might not, or you're not limited to one because you have all these columns, so you can say, oh, I need to see this, I need to see this, I need to see this. So, oh, branding, oh, design, oh, marketing, oh, design problems, oh, design help. So you can, and then you could like look at an account that might have something that has design jobs or any of the freelance sites. You could put all of those in their own column, and so then when a tweet goes out about an opportunity, you could go say, okay, I'm going to jump on that, or I'm going to go back into my account, or I'm going to do this. I mean, and that's if you're using those sites, because people, like, I wouldn't say, I'm not in favor of anything like 99 Designs, but I would say things like Elance can be good, Odesk can be good, Freelancer.com could be good, but you also have to filter based on the price thingy. There's a thing that you can filter by price, or filter by hourly or fixed price or flat rate or whatever. So, you can do that. So those freelancing sites, there are people making 6 and 7 figures off of those freelancing sites. But it's getting the right clients and the right projects that fit your thing, because that's where some of these, they're not pitches, but some of them are, but that's where some places are going instead of an agency, because they might get a smaller boutique shop or even an individual, and they have something like a branding project that might be a logo design, but with 4 or 5 variations of a logo, and they might have some visual branding assets they need on top of that, and a print campaign, and they might say, we don't want to pay an agency $50,000, let's pay a smaller boutique or an individual $10,000 or $5,000, whereas an agency would be like, oh, that's absurd, we can't do that because they have lights to pay for like a 3-level office building.
Right.
That's really good for you because it's like, oh God, that's 2 months of rent, sign me up.
Yeah, exactly. Nice. Man, anybody else got anything, any other input? I know people are probably taking notes. I know I'm taking mental notes here. Shout out to those who just joined us. This is like something that we used to do some months ago. It's a DVA Hangouts on Wednesday nights, but this week was kind of sparked through a conversation and some posts Joshua Pomeroy had put up in DVA, and I was like, hey, I think we need to have a talk about it, just open forum type of talk, and
I'm glad it's back.
Yeah, it's a fresh air for everyone, I believe, and we're just gonna keep doing this like every Wednesday, like how we've done before. This is episode 11. Next week will be 12, and yada yada yada, so on and so on. And also we had I guess you could say special guest. I mean, I've been trying to get him in DVA to be accepted. Haven't had that acceptance button get hit yet, but shout out to Roberto Blake.
Can you send me an invite? Because like I might not have seen it. It's get buried. I get sent so much stuff. Send me like a direct thing, like over in the the Facebook, and I'll do it. Because like I want to be in. It's like that stuff gets buried. I try to answer everybody, but it's like sometimes it's like it gets the pile gets too high or something if I leave it alone.
Okay. Well, I'll make sure that.
I have to order a new battery pack for my phones, because I can't even keep my freaking phones charged with all the social media stuff sometimes. My phones have not even been charged enough. I ended up skipping to I've been doing for the last couple of days I've been doing Periscope every day, and I ended up skipping today because the phones can't stay charged.
So how are you liking Periscope?
I'm loving Periscope. I'm old school Meerkat Mafia from the beginning because Gary Vee got me over there. But I'm still going to do Meerkat stuff. But I like Periscope as a platform for a lot of different reasons. And I really enjoy the interaction there. What I figured out, though, is I'm going to try to limit my Periscope streams so I can do them every day to something like 10 minutes. And so people just have to catch me in those 10 minutes. Eventually, if I work out a routine or schedule myself, it might be that I do them at a set time so that people can be consistent and so that if they want to show up, they can show up. And I just have to figure out what that might look like. Excuse me. And for me, because I know I have a lot of cats on the West Coast that enjoy my stuff, I might actually do it later in the evening so that it gives them a chance to like hit that after work thing. So if I do it, it might be like it might be at a weird time. It might be like 9 or 10 o'clock. But the thing is, that means that on the other coast, it might be like 6:30, 7 o'clock. Give those people a chance. So now, granted, I might not do it that way because again, there's also the replay. But then I'm also doing catch, and I'm tweeting that stuff back out, back to that automation thing I talked about, the importance of that. If you're going to create value and something's valuable, if it's valuable once, it's valuable 1,000 times. And I honestly believe that. It's like there's stuff that I watched 3 years ago that's still valuable today, and I go back to it all the time. So in a noisy world, don't be afraid to put out value, and even if you got to do it 10 times. Because in a noisy world, reaching that one person that really needs it is really hard. It's really hard. So it might take 10 or 20 or 30 times. For all the people that I've reached out to that do respond to me in Twitter, there are people who don't, and I know it's not because they don't care or that they're trying to like not do or look away or not that I said anything that's relevant to them. It's that I know that their Twitter stream might be that noisy. And I don't, take it personally at all when it happens. I try to, but some of them are also at such a scale that it's literally unmanageable. There are people who criticize like big YouTubers for turning off their comments. There's a point where responding to their comments would literally become not doing the thing they're doing that makes them interesting or valuable in the first place. Right. Because it would become a job onto themselves. And then they would have, if they outsource that to somebody that's not them, they'll do nothing but take criticism for it, saying that, well, instead of me, it's team whoever, they'd get criticism for lack of authenticity. So for some people, it's easier to just shut that button off. Me, if I ever get to that point, it will be, okay, everybody, you know what I do, you see what I'm doing, I'm practically doing, at that point I might be doing practically the Truman Show at that point. So it'd be, look, you know why I'm not responding to your comments, right? It's because I'm actually doing the work that you're enjoying or the hustle, so I can either not be here with you now, or I can respond to you at a text, or I can do this, what do you want? And then they'll have to accept it that way. So it'll be, but then the other cool thing though is when someone is that busy and they do respond to you, you feel very special. And I know that there are people who to this day, whenever they comment for the first time and I respond to them, or they tweet at me for the first time and I respond to them, they almost all immediately respond with shock that, oh my God, I can't believe you're responding back. I didn't expect that. Even though I've kind of got the rep that says, yeah, he responds to everybody.
Yeah, it was cool. I think for me to even have reached out to you, I just kind of had the sense of your care and your sharing through your video, and that's what made me be like, oh, let me go follow this guy on Facebook. And then when a topic came up and it kind of overlapped with what you were talking about, which was so relevant, I was like, yeah, let me ask him if he would be willing to say a few words. And yeah, you live up to that. I guess that's your brand. Part of it is that
that's also, it's like I built a brand off of who I am, and I feel like I got very fortunate in the fact that I figured that out, because if you brand yourself not on who you are, it becomes too late, and then you end up becoming a performer. And my goal has never been to be a performer. I feel like I suck at acting, but I can get into I can get into roles, like if I feel like, oh, I like that, or that's cool, or that's a part of me, or even if it's like a little bit of my dark, like I always volunteer to play the villain if there's a skit, or if I'm doing like improv with people, or we're just hanging out, I immediately go, it's like, now with this this for the armed operation of that star. I always do that because one, I can do the Palpatine voice, and then two, there's a little bit of a dark side to me, and I like own it, and I'm fine with that. It's like, look, I grew up, and my hero pantheon was Oscar the Grouch, Darth Vader, and who else? With Destro, and man, I had a thing with people with like weird voices and masks. I don't know, but yeah, that was like who was like, yeah, Destro, yeah, Darth Vader. It's like Oscar the Grouch. It's like so I was like Luke, whatever. But that's just like part of like who I am, and I'm a big old nerd, so I'm like I own it. I own like people like have challenged me on Force, like, wait a minute, why are you doing like Game of Thrones reviews on like, isn't your channel a graphic design channel? I'm like, no, this is Roberto Blake's channel. It's like, oh, by the way, when I was working at the ad agency, we did a Baylor campaign for Game of Thrones. I went to a meeting about Game of Thrones, and I loved the show. I was a fan of the books. I geeked out with the HBO executives over my fandom, got them on board, took over the meeting, and I came up with the phrase, this spring, winter is coming, because I'm a fan of the books. So I have that relationship with the show, and I'm like, I'll be daggone if artistically and creatively, and then also with my own dabbling in like independent film, if I'm not going to comment on something that one was a really a story I love from my career in advertising, and then two, something that I like spent like a decade reading these books, I'm like, I'll be daggone if someone's going to tell me what I can talk about on my own YouTube channel. So I owned it, and the result was that a lot of people ended up into my design videos or my how to grow your YouTube channel videos after I love your Game of Thrones reviews, and then I saw all this other stuff on your channel. I was like, oh my god! And so I stayed for the rest of the, I came for this, I stayed for that, and I was like, aha! So own who you are. Don't be afraid to own who you are. I have no problem. Like someone would say, why do you wear T-shirts and hats and have all your geeked out stuff on your desk? Why don't you do more professional? Why do you have anime as your desktop background? I'm like, look, if you're going to work with me, my portfolio is good enough to sell me. I've done a really good job of marketing and branding myself. I've spoken intelligently enough on every topic and subject that I want to speak about. And if you're going to be someone who cares more about the optics of does he look professional versus can he deliver, what you say about like, show up to the meeting and stuff like that and your own confidence, that definitely makes 100% sense. But there's a point where you will get to a point where you will Steve Jobs it and put on your turtleneck and your glasses and your jeans because you feel like that's who you are now and that's the level that you're at now, and that you only want to deal with people on that level that will take you for that. And there's a context of I'll put on a blazer over this or a button-up over this, and I will do this, and then it's my brand. And then it's the story of, look, are you going to rep Armani's brand or your own? And then that conversation becomes interesting, and it becomes oh, I see what you did there, or it's, okay, I respect it. It's like I can get people over their optics, but I've also trained myself, and I've read the books, and I understand it, and it's who I am, and I would say that that's part of what my 20% on that Shepard Fairey conversation was, of what my unicorn thing looks like. But you can get to that place. It's a matter of timing and a matter of putting in the work first, because I couldn't do that the first 5 years of my career. I couldn't do that the first 3 years of my career. I couldn't do that the first year of my career. Today, I would absolutely be comfortable enough in my own skin to go to an interview for a 6-figure position as an art director, if that's what I wanted to do, in either a button-up over this, as far as just an overshirt, or a blazer over this, and show up as I am, because I'm like, you guys seen my videos, right? You guys saw my Twitter stuff, right? You understand that this is what you're getting, right? This is like who I am. You understand I'm also not giving up my personal brand, right? I'm going to leverage it here in your favor, right? I would have that conversation, but I put in the work to have that conversation. So in that regard, it's not ego, it's respecting my own process enough to say I'm not going to deviate from a process that I've proven is successful for the comfort of someone else, and someone who wants me to do that is not the relationship I want to have. I have enough equity and enough leverage to make that call and to walk away and leave that money on the table because I can. Now, if you're not in that place, you have to be self-aware enough to know that. But I would say make it the goal to be in that place.
Right. So I guess the only question I have left really is what are like your personal plans as far as talking about like your growth and where do you see yourself in, I don't know, I hate saying 5 years, but like even a year from now, so much can happen within 12
I have a plan for the 5, the 10, maybe even the 15. I have most of it written down. But like a year from now, what a year from now looks like is, for one thing, projections dictate that I will be in the 100K club on YouTube in a year, according to current growth projections. So that's awesome. Because the growth is still growing. It hasn't leveled off yet, which is interesting. And the thing is, I know I'm still leaving like 20% on the table as far as strategic things I could do there. This is a primary example of some of those things, is doing more collaborations, doing more hangout stuff, and that's in the works. I'm actually going to be doing an interview on a podcast that I'm not going to talk about here. You guys will see it when it comes out. But there's a podcast that I'm going to be interviewed for tomorrow. There's a podcast I was interviewed for already on Monday, and they actually even asked me to edit that podcast for them instead of their current editor, so that's interesting. But I'm going to be doing more of that. Obviously, I started my own podcast last month, so I'm going to be expanding that. But next year looks like a bunch more speaking engagements. I actually have one coming up in October, and also next year is me releasing the Just Create Awesome book, which is the philosophy of everything I'm doing and what it took mentality-wise for me to get there. It's 10 problems basically that creatives have, or 10 mentalities or things that they need to address and how to get through those problems. But it's also anecdotal stories of 10 other creative people, whether they're designers, photographers, writers, marketers. There's 10 stories in there besides just my information to help people come along. And it's kind of the first level, and it's the first of 3 major books that I'm writing. I'm about 6,000 words into this book. So next year, either in the summer or the fall, unless somehow I get it out before spring, that's going to be out. And so that's going to be in print, ebook, and audio format, I think, when it releases. So, I'm doing that. More speaking stuff, like I said. There are discussions with some people, and I can't talk about all of it right now for reasons. Obviously, doing more YouTube collaborations and podcasts. Ideally, my goal is between now and next year to have appeared on 100 other people's YouTube channels. To go ahead and, one, have those relationships, give value where I can there, make those friendships, and then also introduce those audiences to me if I have anything to offer them, which I'm sure I probably do. So I'm going to do that, and I feel that that's a process of the work as well. If it could be 200, and if I can put in that work, then I will put in that work. I'm happy to do it. If any of you have a channel and you want me to come and join you for like 30 minutes on a hangout on air, I'm happy to do it. So, there's that. I'm going to be interviewing a bunch of guests for my podcast. I'm hoping to have, even though it's a year from now, I'm going to like double or triple up on some episodes, and I'm hoping to have 100 episodes of the podcast out by then. If I can get to 100 episodes by the end of this year, I'd love to do that. And if I have to double down, triple down, I will, because I just think that sometimes doing those challenges, I like a little bit of chaos sometimes. I like having to work unreasonably hard sometimes. So, that's what a year looks like. A year looks like that. A year looks like me also taking back that time that I talked about to do some personal art projects. I want to do somewhere between 6 and 12 really amazing pieces of digital artwork for myself, but then I'm also going to promote those and send those to a couple magazines, maybe try to get into advanced Photoshop again like I did a couple years back. 2013, I actually won an Editor's Choice Award from them, so I want to try and get back into doing more stuff like that, doing more personal projects like that, and putting that out there, and not just for the prestige of contest, but just for myself, of putting stuff up on my own wall that I can feel good about. So, it's that. A lot more travel. I want to also get out. I'm working with my good friend, actor Malcolm Campbell, to do a couple of things, and we have a project plan for a motivational film series. So we're going to do a series of motivational short films, probably under 5 minutes, that are going to be truly inspiring, and that we hope are going to create a lot of value for people. And we're going to kind of actually tie that to some of the philosophy things that are in the Create Awesome book that I'm writing. So that's what next year looks like.
Excellent.
A lot of work. If you look at the 7 main categories of stuff on my YouTube channel, there's something big that I'm doing for each of those things.
It's awesome. Super duper awesome. Anybody else want to share what they think they have planned out for the next year or 5 when it comes to their design work, the design world? If not, yeah. Okay.
If not, I would say set some goals of what you want to have achieved at that point. I think that having a finish line to work toward is going to be really healthy and is going to really drive you creatively. And I think personal projects are a big part of that. I talk about the importance of personal projects all the time, both for portfolio, both for mental health, really, and also for the development of your brand. Do the work that you want to get. So many of us do work that we think will sell our book better to this target market, but we're not asking ourselves, is that the target market of clients we really want, or is that just where we think we can make money?
Right. Right. So I'm in total agreement with that. I mean, you have to plan. I mean, if we're only living as far as what we can see as our hand being stretched out in front of our face, that's not going to be good enough to be able to really make it in this field. Like, you really do have to sit down and almost like write a business plan. You know, like get your mission, get your vision, try to see what that's all like, and see, how well together you're put.
Business plans will work for a lot of people, but business plans kind of almost go against creativity. I would say that what you have to do for yourself is, I don't like business plans, but I do like what I phrase it as. Oh yeah, I remember now. I didn't do a business plan. I did a revenue plan. So I looked at where I was going to make my money and how I was going to make my money. A business plan is a lot of fluff for investors and things like that. It's not it's things that you say to impress a business advisor or someone who's going to write you a loan or give you a line of business credit. And for that process, it is what it is. It's fine. But it's not something to base, in my mind, your design practice off of. Your design practice should be driven by your own philosophy, for one thing, and then 2, by the financial part of it should be dictated by how you want to make your money and what you feel you're good enough at to make money. And you should quantify that, and not in paragraphs to impress like a business major, but in executional bullet points for yourself. Like, take myself. My revenue plan looks like graphic design work, marketing consulting, web design, video marketing, video editing and production, affiliate marketing, ad revenue streams, YouTube, Amazon, that, affiliate marketing streams, this web hosting company, that web hosting company, Amazon, eBay, this private relationship, because then there's other things like that, and you can't always talk about them, NDAs, blah blah blah. Okay, productizing, merchandise. Oh, merchandise, and then okay, what's the merchandise inventory? Oh, create awesome shirts. Always be creating shirts. Always be creating mugs. It's what does that look like? So those are those tiers of revenue streams. So the thing is, for me, that might look like something like 10 tiers, but even those 10 tiers then have branches of this thing, this thing, this thing. And then from there, I can do projections, either based on 1, realistic predictions, or 2, data that I might already have based on having done it or what somebody else might have done successfully, and then I can do that. So, that's how I make money. I could literally do 0 design work the next 2 months, even though that wouldn't probably happen, and I would be fine. But that's because I put myself in that position. That wasn't true necessarily 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago. That wasn't necessarily the case. But you have to put yourself in that position, but that's also the process of the work. And so that's also self-awareness of knowing, well, I'm good at these things, but then aligning, what do I like doing, and do that. And so some of those things were Well, I like talking to people and building relationships and networking. I'm really good at video editing, and I'm really good at video marketing. Oh, wait, I can get with event coordinators for conferences, and even if I'm not a speaker at those conferences or it's too late to become a speaker at those conferences, I can offer free video production and marketing and capturing interviews with these speakers, build my networking relationships with them. Those speakers possibly become my clients. The event possibly becomes my client. They fly me out. They do a hotel. They do this. They do that. And then now the networking opportunity happens. The new client pipeline happens. The new content marketing relationship happens. I have content for my own platform, which is also a value add for them. And this whole thing becomes a thing now. And then also in an interview, I get to ask questions from successful people that I want to know. So then I get that value there that I might not have been able to get otherwise. So it's a matter of knowing your strengths, indexing on them, leveraging them appropriately, looking at how they lead to other things. Because if I was obsessed with becoming a six-figure graphic designer, it means that I might not become a six-figure businessman because I'm leaving money on the table for other strengths that I have because I'm prioritizing being only this one thing or only taking this one path, right? But instead of looking at how this could feed into other things that I could do and leveraging every skill I have and also monetizing it, but also looking at things in my lifestyle that I can monetize, like the fact that I'm a nerd, and so if I'm going to buy a product, I might as well do a review of it. And one, that'll help other people out before they buy it because they saw what my reaction is, whether it was good, whether I'm using it, whether it broke down on me in a week or whatever. They know that. They value that. So then if they're going to spend the exact same money in Amazon, why not help me out with a commission through affiliate marketing because it's the same money that they're paying one way or the other, but now I've created value for them. So then there's that. But then there's also the ad revenue. And then there's the relationship to then go back to like a company and say, well, hey, I've helped sell 20 or 30 of these things in the last video. You have 5 other products. Do you want to send me 1 or 2 of them and I can promote it and I can talk about it? I'm going to give my eyes. Help sell 20 or 30 of these things.
I don't know, did we get disconnected there?
I think you just froze up.
Oh, okay.
What happened?
Uh-oh is right. So yeah, I hope that this is, I can't say I hope. I know that this is really good for everyone and bringing us back. Appreciate Josh, even though he had to bounce. And yeah, I mean, we've been 4 hours. It doesn't even seem like it for real. Like
right.
One day, strong. You know what I'm saying? Just good, solid, conversation about things that matter to us when it comes to design. And I'm already in my mind just reconstructing like who I am as a designer so that I can get to the next level. I have to.
Yes, sir.
And then once Chris gets his Church of Design started, I'll go ahead and see if I can be a usher.
I've been waiting for that for years, man.
I don't know. I have some things on the table that it's just a matter of time before things roll out. I just like with this whole MegaFest thing and a couple other things that just came up. I haven't had enough time to really put everything into motion that I was hoping to have rolled out by this summer, before the summer was out actually. So yeah. I mean, it's still it's still in the works. Like was his name was Jake? What was his the guy who was speaking?
Roberto.
Roberto, yeah. He said a lot of things that I had was planning on anyway, like the videos and stuff of me doing an Illustrator project, and then just sharing knowledge, because it really is important. Who's to say that after I say something, it's going to spark something with somebody else, and they might even find an easier way or a better way than what I was doing it or how I was doing it. So learn stuff is not for yourself all the time anyway.
Right. Let me see. So how many people left here? Golly. Man, Lamar, you've been quiet, bro. That's very much unlike you.
I'm over here actually designing a flyer to get out to a client tonight. That's why I've been kind of quiet.
Okay.
But I'm sending you that bundle too, Chris.
Oh, that's no problem, man. It's no problem. Yeah, let me know if we could have just did a trade off on that, man. I wasn't even thinking until you said that again.
Oh, I mean, one thing you'll find out about me and my sister, if it's something going on that we can contribute to the cause, that's what we're gonna do. So, it's no biggie. We like to trade resources all the time. So if it's anything you need, we on it.
That's what's up, man. I appreciate that. I think I'm about to take it down. I didn't realize I was pretty much designing from 10 in the morning straight through to 10 tonight.
Oh my gosh.
Between those illustrations, those elephant illustrations, then I put that stale City of Praise Church logo up.
What is stale to you is fresh to others.
You said it, Doc.
Man, look, I looked at it, like, after I got done and walked away, got something to eat, came and sat and listened to y'all and looked at it again. I was like, nah.
I'm just trying I want my stale to be like that.
Oh, that's cool.
Y'all nuts, man.
Man.
Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I got a long day again tomorrow. I thought I was gonna be done once MegaFest started, and I got a text message was like, "Yo, I need my stuff." I'm like, "What stuff?" It was like, "You didn't check your email," and I looked again, and there's like a Google Doc spreadsheet, like a list like that.
Wow.
Of stuff.
Yeah.
And they was like, "We need it now, like now." I was like, "Now?" Oh man,
That's crazy.
I was feeding my daughter and designing at the same time, and trying to keep her from throwing her clothes all over the floor. Good girl.
Like the times of a graphic designer.
You're right.
So did you get everything done you had to get done for MegaFest?
For tonight, yeah. I still have, like, I was just a little while ago looking over the spreadsheet, and I thought that it was just a short list, but I kept going down. I'll get back on that tomorrow. I can't do anything else tonight. Around, I don't know what it is, around between 10:30, I just can't design anymore.
Brain shuts down, man. That's what happens.
Yeah, I hate that. Well, it's age too. Something happens at 40.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that you're 40, man. You look like you're about 20, 26.
Thanks, man.
I mean, like, for real, all I gotta do is give you, like, a college shirt and a book bag, and you're back in college. Look at... And where's that book bag at? That's what's doing it, man. Like, you just travel back in time with just a wardrobe change.
Yeah, man. That's what I try to do. Try to stay relevant.
You do a good job. Man. But yeah, he said that Roberto said that there's a storm going on out there and knocked his juice out.
Oh, wow.
Not his juice, but like the internet's messing with his internet, Wi-Fi and stuff. So, but yeah, man, dude is like mega cool though. I mean, yeah, super cool guy.
Yeah, he seemed like it. He has a lot of knowledge, man. I appreciate that. I know a couple times it didn't look like I was listening, but I was definitely tuned in. Now, how old is he again?
I don't know. I mean, based off of what he was saying, it sounded like he could be like in his lower 30s.
Okay.
Because he's talking about like getting that, like when he was in high school working with Adobe, and I'm like, Adobe really didn't get popping until like 99.
Yeah, that's when I discovered it. Like, at least, you know, the little bit that I did learn at the time, because I actually learned Illustrator first, and it wasn't working the way in my mind, it was supposed to work in my mind, and I was like, forget that, give me Photoshop. And got on the Photoshop, went nuts on Photoshop, and then, you know, after talking to a few people, and you know, and listening to what they were saying, like, you know, everybody knows Photoshop. How many people know Illustrator? You need to learn all of the products in order to make yourself really marketable. And I spent a couple of years straight, like, just using Illustrator as much as I could.
Yeah.
Until I felt comfortable enough to start really posting stuff. And then, you know, after doing some designs for another big church, Jason, you might know of the church, New Destiny Fellowship.
Yeah.
Yeah. Down in Delaware. Bishop Weeks, you know, I became friends with his son, and ended up doing a lot of designing with the church and some of his connections. And you know, they, like, some of the things that they were doing was a lot of T-shirts, and they needed graphics done in Illustrator. So I like forced myself to really learn it.
Right.
I really forced myself. It was tough. But
well, I mean, it pays off for sure. I mean, looking at your work, it's like, Dad, there he goes, doing it again, killing it again.
I wish. Sometimes, like,
no. I wish.
Right. There you go. I wish.
Back. Yeah. Yeah. It's just a matter of, you know, just spending time in it, and just really, you know, not being afraid to make mistakes.
Right. And that's always kind of like been my thing, or my biggest personal hang up is the letdown, because it's like I may see someone else do it, and it's like, oh, they're doing it so easily, and it's like, I can't get it, and I'm just like, I'll quit. You know, I have to get over that. And just making mistakes, because like right now, I'm currently teaching myself Cinema 4D, and it gets frustrating at times because I'm like, how come my mind does not remember these steps? You know, because I don't want to sit down in a tutorial and, you know, pause and then pause, play after the third time of watching it. Like, I'm like hard on myself, like I should know. And normally, maybe 2 years ago, I would have gave up and quit. But it's like now I've gotten past that, and I'm like, you know what, I'm actually learning, and it's just coming.
Yeah. Another thing that I found myself doing, like, I had Cinema 4D, but this is going to sound like you, Jason. How I didn't get it right away, so I was like, forget it. I'm not touching it again. Like how you were with Illustrator. Like and I actually didn't bother with it again because I didn't really feel like it was a necessity. So it's just a matter of trying to use it again. I know I could do it because that's how I learned how to do almost everything that I have learned how to do.
Like big accounts, like
right. Yeah, but that's my new love now is Cinema 4D, man.
Because moving,
just going from one thing to the next to the next. I love it.
I think a different situation for me was I had actually learned Illustrator in college and had kind of stepped away from it for a while, and once I really got back heavily into designing T-shirts and things like that, it was almost kind of like I fell back in love with it, and for a while I wouldn't even touch Photoshop. So, I think it was refreshing to get back into it and figure out how some of the things were so much easier to do with Illustrator for me than it was, in Photoshop. But I think Photoshop will always kind of be like my go-to, especially when I'm doing more flyer designs and things like that.
Yeah, I was the same way. I was like first introduced to Photoshop with Illustrator, and because Illustrator didn't work the way I wanted to, I was like, I'm not messing with Illustrator, and I was doing Photoshop heavily, and then I did once I kind of I was in DeviantArt and came across some logos, and they were so clean. I was like, crap, like what did they use to make that? I thought it was like 3D program, and it was like Illustrator. I was like, are you serious? So that's what kind of sparked me to accept the new challenge, to pick it up again and to polish it off, and it's paid off. It's like that's my thing now. Like I may every once in a while open up Photoshop, but Illustrator is my jam. I love it. Definitely my weapon of choice, right next to After Effects. But Cinema 4D is becoming my thing now. Like I love that crap.
Yeah. After Effects, I actually played with that for a little while. I was starting to get the hang of it, and then I started getting swamped with other work, so I sat that off to the side. But soon as I get a break in my I guess I don't even know when I'll get a break at the way it looks right now with that spreadsheet. But man, I'll probably be designing
Video Copilot
until next Mega Fest.
Right now, we beat this stuff like yesterday because we left this long.
Check out videocopilot.net if you want to learn After Effects.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've used.
What is it?
Yeah, videocopilot.net.
Video Copilot.
Yeah, but Andrew Crane.
Andrew Crane. Holler at support. Yep.
Yes. I've been following.
Write that down real quick.
Yeah, I've been following that dude for about 2.5 years now. Right alongside, probably longer than that, probably like 4 years. Right alongside, right next to Ryan Connolly, Film Riot.
Yep.
Big fan, huge fan.
Definitely.
And I'm trying to think of the other two, like Mike Diva. He's pretty good. And then, of course, Digital Corridor.
Yes.
Yep. And then there's this guy. His name is Roberto Blake. If you guys haven't heard, check him out.
Why is his name so familiar?
Yeah, I subscribed to you. I think about maybe a month or so ago.
Really?
Yeah. I think so. I think it had to be like a month or so.
I got the impression you've seen so many videos that I thought it was so much longer ago than that.
No, because I sat and watched them all. I was sitting like watching. I literally binge. Like that's my thing. If I come across, or if I find something on YouTube that is design based, something that speaks to me and resonates really with me, I will watch it for hours straight. And that's what I did with you, man. Like I sat down like a whole day. It was like one after another, and before I knew it, it was like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh God.
Yeah.
What was that experience? Because like I rarely like after editing, I only rarely ever look at like any of my own stuff, and I definitely don't watch it like back to back like that or anything. What was that like for any of you who does that?
To me, it's like I can say it's like school to me. Like I go to YouTube for 3 things. Well, probably mainly 2. The number one thing I go to YouTube for is for tutorials. If I could catch a good tutorial on After Effects, Premiere Pro, Cinema 4D, I'm good. Like for hours, and that's why I can sit and watch Film Riot and Andrew Kramer for hours, literally. And then the second thing that I go to YouTube for is for like information bits about the graphic design world, such as like yourself. Like your channel is probably the most concentrated version of anything like that I have subscribed to. And which is
have you checked out Stephen Looney and Sean Berry stuff? Stephen Looney is a really good friend of mine, and he does graphicdesignertips.com, and that's also the name of his YouTube channel is Graphic Designer Tips. Stephen Looney, you can find him if you search. He does more stuff that's tutorials, and he has a lot of quick tips versus the concentration that I have on the design career, but also then tutorials for Photoshop, which as you know, I've also expanded into other areas. But I'm using I've got like my getting started in Adobe Illustrator video, my getting started in Premiere Pro video. I actually started doing the Dreamweaver stuff as a limited series that started last week, and there's some more stuff coming. And obviously, you've seen the extensive Photoshop stuff and even the Lightroom stuff. But I'm going to be going deeper with like Premiere Pro. I'm still going to be doing Photoshop stuff, but I'm going to get like Photoshop is going to be longer tutorials because it's going to be project based instead of techniques now, because I think I've covered what I want to with techniques. But Stephen Looney has an entire boot camp on like print design and on logo design, and he's done like logo design where he walks you through a project, like a logo for every letter of the alphabet.
I've seen that. I have seen that.
He's the guy. And like if you want to learn Adobe Muse so you can do web design without coding, he's got a series on that.
There you go, Chris.
Buddy.
Yo, let me tell you about Muse real quick. All right, like I've been following and dealing with Muse way back when it was called. What was it called before? It was like it was beta something. I can't remember what it was.
I know what you're talking about, though. Yeah.
But yeah, when it was like, it was free and they were testing it out, and I was like, oh my god, like, this is so awesome, because I'm not a coder, like I'm a designer, and I'm not ashamed to say that at all. But I had like, yeah, like I had introduced it to the group in DVA, and then it was like I started getting bashed, like, oh, that's nothing, blah blah blah, it's weak, it's not as strong as coding, and then it was like, I was trying to convert people, like literally, I was trying to let people know, like, hey, like if you don't code, it's all right, like you can still get by. It's not as strong as coding, but it allows you to get better than buying a template.
Coders are romantic because their knowledge is like they're romantic because like tech geeks get romantic about whatever it is that they use. Like if you got somebody who's using like a certain brand of hard drives, that's their brand of hard drives, and they will talk garbage about anything else, right? Coders are the same way. Their programming language, whatever it is the best one. Their app that they use, whether it's Notepad++ or you like this one or that one, Coda or Aptana or whatever they're using, is the second coming. Okay,
right?
And that's what it is. And if you use anything else, you're done. You're crucified. So that's what it is, and it's romantic because here's the deal: a client has no interest in that if they're not the same type of nerd that you are. They've got no interest in that. You know what they were like? Well, I know. Why does it take so long? I'm asking you to move it an inch to the left. They don't understand that that's a whole thing of realigning and recoding a div and everything like that. They want you to do what they do with what you do with print of take your mouse, drag this over, and move it over. And they're like, it's a computer. They don't understand. And if you try to give them, if you're a coder and you try to give them your spiel on that, they're like, wah, 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 wah. And like when I tell coders that, like they either want to accept, they either accept it because they're interested in making money and they want to understand what I know about like clients. Like, look, I've sat there and I've talked to people and I know how to pitch. I know how to get to the comfortable conversation of sitting there with like an executive at like a major television network or at a bank, and I can get them laughing and smiling. So understand that I know something about people that you might not know. Do you want to defend your point, or do you want to know what I know about how to get someone to say yes? And then they say, yes, I want to, because I'm like, right, because I know how to get a yes, right? So that happens, and I'm like, I remind them, it's like, I coded in Notepad when I was 13 years old, and that's how I learned HTML code. So I get where you're coming from, but understand that where you're coming from is not more important than where you're going, which is this wallet, which is this. So, you know, what do you care about? Are you going to be romantic, or do you want to make money? Because I can only tell you how to do one of those things, and you know that's where we go from there. So what your thing becomes is like there's a client base that wants visual design and just wants a 2 or 3 or 5 page website, and so you don't need the robust code. You don't need PHP. You don't even really need like crazy templates. You don't need, like, you could do something very simple and basic for them with either Squarespace or Muse, and that serves their needs for where they are right now or for their budget. It's like, look, I don't want to code a website for $250, but I'm more than happy to take a $15 Muse template and customize it for somebody and take $250 and 2 hours of my time, because now my time's now been valued at $125 an hour. So I'll happily do that, right? Won't you? But do you want to code a website from scratch and go back and forth through revisions and do that for $250? No, but that might be a small mom and pop business or a new startup's budget, and you can either give that work to someone else, leave that money on the table, or you can make $125 an hour to not be romantic, use a template, modify it, not write a line of code, and deliver what the client needs and what they're asking for.
Right. I couldn't agree more. It's all about the end result. You know, it's like I want to be smiling and happy, and I know my client wants to be smiling and happy. And if I can get them smiling and happy quicker, then that's what I'm going to do.
Exactly.
Have to do that. Hello, Yolanda. What's good?
Hi. I just got rehearsal, so hey.
Oh my gosh. What time zone you in?
I live in Colorado.
Oh, okay.
It's 10:30 where I'm at.
Oh, okay.
My thing I'm using it. Oh my God.
So you working on any design work?
I'm always working.
I was gonna say you always working, girl.
You be grinding.
Anybody who posts so much, like I'm like, yo, does she sleep? She sings and
I actually
designs.
don't
That's
post as
it.
much as I could. That's because people never say anything, so I don't post as much as I could or should, I guess. Yeah, I'm always working. Thank God for that. So, yeah.
The busiest woman in Colorado.
Well, you know, there's not a lot of graphic designers here. Well, I take it back. There are, but there's only me and another guy that I know of that design at, you know, a certain level. But everybody else is just, there's nobody else to get excited. So I have to get all of my excitement from DVA.
That's great. So do you live in a big city or like a suburb?
Denver sucks. I'm leaving.
Oh, dang. But then you should get the Denver Nuggets and design for them.
No, no, no. All that stuff is probably like outsourced.
Yes, you're right. Some of it is.
Well, you could always find out. You'd be surprised.
Really?
It really depends. And then also, don't ever be afraid to pitch, because at the end of the day, they might be outsourcing that to an agency. But if you can deliver on the same quality of work as that agency at half the price, why would they keep paying $20,000 for a poster design or $10,000 for a poster design when you will take 3 or 5 and do the same caliber of work?
Okay. I never thought about it.
I'm not going to name names, but agencies and large entertainment brands, like you're looking at for a poster with maybe five potential pitches on what a poster might look like, and then the final execution of it, and then them still taking that artwork and bringing it in-house for the final print production stuff and for resizing, out to anywhere from $20,000 to $50,000 for a larger entertainment brand. Smaller entertainment brands, that might look like $5,000 to $10,000. Now, what they might do is that place might contract a freelancer, even as a marketing company or an agency who has that bigger deal. They might pay that freelancer $2,000 or $3,000, and they're billing their client that 10 or that 20 or that 50, depending on what it is. And they might be having their in-house graphic designer at the ad agency or marketing company do some little additional work on top of that, just a little bit to put their polish on it or this or that, or the agency's look with the same concept. And then they go and they present it, and they're the pitch team, and they do that. So I'm not saying they're not earning their money. They also have the relationship to leverage, but that's how they make their bank. And that means that they took that, $48,000 or that $32,000 or whatever it is, or that $12,000, and they gave that designer their 2 or their 5, and that's fine because that designer doesn't have office space that they're renting at $10,000 a month. So the agency does that. The agency has payroll and so on and so forth, and and that designer that they outsource to might not. So you could be that designer if you build a relationship and pitch yourself to ad agencies. You could find out who the agency of record is for the big things in your area, and you could work with them as one of their freelancers. You could do the same thing with a marketing company. You could do it with companies that are a million miles away from where you are if you're good enough to impress them. So position yourself to do that by showing that you can do the same quality of work, the same style of work, and the same kind of work that they're presenting on their websites. If you want to if you want to charge $10,000 and $20,000 for projects, you have to do the same kind of work as the people who are, and you have to bring that level. So you have to act like somebody, even if there was a guy in New York who tells his story. He was a one-man shop, and he pitched himself as an agency and just always said we, and it was just him by himself, and he was doing big 6-figure projects, and he did this his whole career for 14 years, and nobody ever knew that he was a one-man shop. That's how much value he delivered.
Yeah, can I tell you my only fear with that is sometimes my timing, because I'm an artist, I travel, so sometimes my delivery times, I've gotten a lot better, but sometimes my delivery times, to be
figuring
honest,
out what's killing your delivery time, figuring out whether you're not working fast enough or you're not working enough concentration of hours at a time, figure that out. But the answer to any problem with that is always to just get faster.
Yeah, maybe the question is, how do you become faster?
Figure out what's sucking up your most time. Is it inspiration? Because if it's inspiration, then you figure out how long it takes to get you into that mode, or you start looking at your habits. You have to audit yourself. Or is it that you spend a lot of time gathering resources, like stock photos or doing that research or doing whatever that is? So you figure out what that is, and you cut the curve there by when you have free time, you do nothing but I've got 15 minutes. I'll download some stock images. I got 15 minutes. I'll make a mood board in Pinterest so that when the time comes to have inspiration or have an idea, or if you know the type of work that you're doing, if you start doing work even without a project in your free time, then that means by the time a client asks for a project, you might have 20 or 30% of something ready that they don't even know about, that's sitting around in your projects folder that you could go to as a base for what you need to do. So it's using your free time as effectively as possible, so when it's time to do the work, that it's actually partially done.
Yeah, but how do you do that? You know, I do not by choice per se. I do quite a bit of church stuff. I do quite a bit of music. Like I just did some for artists. She was really easy to work with, but that's because her picture was 100 stupidly professional. She kind of had an idea where she wanted to go, and that really seriously, she was extremely cool people, but she was just real easy to work with. It was
If you know you do a lot of church flyers and church posters,
I do about 75% of what I do is there.
start building yourself templates then. Start building your templates that literally require you to drop in the name and the photography so that when it's time to do this stuff, it's practically done. If that's your market, then you do that. Once you're in that place, and they don't have to know that that's your process, but once you're in that place and since you know that that's your market, then what you can do then is you're getting more time so you can either take on more projects or you can use that extra time to market yourself and get the next big projects.
And also, if I can throw in there too, what you had mentioned earlier about setting yourself up to where if you're building these templates, like build a template package to where you have like the banner for Facebook, you have the 1:1 ratio for Instagram, Twitter, all this stuff, not just the one flyer, and sell that as a package out there. Like how Roberto was saying, you want to be able to kick back and just to collect the money. So like if you're doing a lot of church flyers and you have these designers that are around you that are not as good as you said they're not, tell them, say, hey, like, I have some of my designs available to purchase for like $10, in case if you just want to do a quick fly or whatever and just, make money, that way.
Yeah, well, my only fear about that is some people are very closed, and like one girl in my city, she's just really not, like she is where I was, but a little bit worse. So she is where I was. I've tried to invite people to DVA, and some people, in my opinion, are just straight out lazy, and they just don't want to put in. Like a guy in my city, I've been on him for years. Every time he puts him out, I would call him. Like, that's not good. Put that back. Because he was the face marketing-wise for his church, and his dad was the pastor. And so I kept trying to get him to understand, you are the face of this church, and you have to make sure what you put out doesn't look like, doesn't look like storefront church stuff. But that's always what he would produce, and no matter what I said, I mean, I got to the point where I was sending him full blown out templates. Stuff, my work, other templates I bought, whatever. I just add the text. I mean, it was like he just didn't want to. He was the party. He just didn't want to put in the work.
Yeah, let me see if this recorded also too, because I got cut out earlier. I don't know if it all was recorded or not, but I don't know. I know that it's getting late here. I don't have to like stay on for it to continue to keep going. But for those who are still watching or whatever via YouTube, thank you guys for watching. I'm just gonna go ahead and stop the broadcast, and then we can continue on like how we used to do back in the day. You guys know how we do, like the whole DVA after dark. But we're not gonna get all crazy and ridiculous. But I gotta wake up in about 6 hours to get my daughter up for school, and I gotta get myself going to work. So Roberto, I thank you. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Deshaun. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Lamar. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Lalonda. Thank you, everybody. Golly, Andre. God, we had about maybe 17 people pull through, it seems like. And that was like mega dope. So hopefully we'll continue to keep the numbers up, and hopefully this will grow. I would love to see this kind of reach out into the masses as a syndicated weekly show. But in the meantime, this is what we're going to do every Wednesday. We'll just meet here at 8 o'clock, and we'll just talk design and just unwind.
Sounds good.
Cool.
I'll be stopping in every now and again. I'll probably pop in late because I mean, y'all like when like October comes, y'all be pulling me away from Arrow, and I can't have that.
No, let me ask you this, Roberto. What do you think about the Attack on Titans live action trailer?
You did see what my desktop wallpaper was, right?
Yes, I saw that, and that's why I'm asking you, because I'm hearing mixed reviews or feelings, I should say, because me personally, I think it's going to be awesome, like dead on Attack on Titans cartoon, for it to be live action. But what is your take?
I think it's going to be tremendous. I'm really impressed with the large set pieces, the optics. I'm really a fan of what they're doing with it, and I can't wait to see what the actual complete execution is. So I'm going to reserve complete judgment, but everything I saw makes me very optimistic. I know that live action has disappointed us in the past, like the Dragon Ball movie we never speak of.
Oh my god.
Yep, we don't speak of it for a reason. But even if it's less than stellar, the franchise itself will make up for it. I think that we've got some karma there, because look what happened. We got Dragon Ball Super, right? So I think that it'll be fine. If not, Attack on Titan Season 2 will be tremendous anyway.
Oh my god, yeah.
And so I'm just looking forward to Titans! So, yeah. That.
Nice.
With this HF 4KP.
Cool. All right, y'all. I am out. I'm stopping the broadcast. You guys can continue